Chapter 237. The sea monsters are continuously advancing. With this mysterious monster in the lead, we have no way of stopping them. Everyone, what do you think we should do? The black-skinned president looked anxiously at the other people in the meeting room. Everyone had serious expressions on their faces. The black-skinned president said anxiously, "The death toll has already reached 210,800. That's 210,000 death notices." As he said that, the corners of his eyes were filled with tears. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Lives were still lost. Luo Feng stared at the frozen image of the mysterious monster on the screen. The mysterious monster was currently eating and killing American citizens. Even though he felt sorry for them, his emotions weren't too strong. Instead, he felt a heavy sense of pressure. Today, American citizens died. What about tomorrow? If his Chinese citizens were eaten by tens of thousands and died in large numbers, what kind of scene would that be? I definitely won't allow that to happen. Luo Feng clenched his fist. Where did this mysterious monster come from? I've never seen it before. For claws, yet it has wings, and these wings are covered in scales. How could it swallow the entire base in one gulp? Just what kind of monster is this? The discussion in the meeting room was low. The leaders, chairmen, and representatives all had expressions of worry on their faces. Faced with the sudden appearance of this mysterious and terrifying monster, everyone was somewhat panic-stricken. Even Hong and Thunder God had serious expressions on their faces. They were clear. To be able to make two grand emperors follow it, and not even the highest-powered laser cannons can damage a single scale. This mysterious monster's power far exceeds theirs. I got it. I got it. Suddenly, a loud English voice rang. The virtual space automatically translated Chinese into Luo Feng's ear. Got what? Luo Feng turned his head to look. Everyone in the meeting room turned their heads to look. All they saw was a bald, white-haired white old man yelling. Seeing everyone look, the bald white old man said, "My name is Clarence from the HR Alliance. I'm in charge of the archaeological ruins." "What do you know?" Hong, who was dressed in black, stared at him. Everyone in the meeting room stared at him. The bald, white old man slightly bowed before straightening his body. "I'm sure all the chairmen and representatives know. Reaching the representative level is actually just stepping into the Star Traveler Level 1 stage." Most of the representatives were calm. However, the leaders of some countries and the dozens of war gods attending this conference were all astonished. "Silence," Hong said in a low voice. Silence reigned. The bald old man Clarence continued. "According to some records in the archaeological ruins, the planetary state is divided into 9 levels, and above that is the star state. Above that was the universe level, and countless planets would only give birth to one universe-level warrior. However, in the vast universe, there are some terrifying and peculiar beasts, astral beasts." Hong, the Thunder God, and the others were surprised. Apparently, they didn't know anything about star behemoths. Space beasts, their numbers are extremely rare. Any space beast that grows up can reach the universe level. It can easily destroy a planet. Clarence's eyes lit up as he pointed at the mysterious monster on the screen. This mysterious monster must be a Devourer star behemoth. Devourers are a very powerful type of star behemoth. To be able to swallow the base, this mysterious monster has a special devouring ability. Only the star behemoths could have such terrifying monsters in the universe. Hence, it must be a devourer of the star behemoths. Clarence said confidently. The meeting room was silent for a few seconds before commotion broke out. What's the universe level? What star level? Universe level? Space beast? For countless planets to give birth to a universe-level warrior. Don't tell me there are other planets with intelligent life? The meeting room was in an uproar. Obviously, the old man's information was shocking. Actually, due to the discovery of many archaeological ruins, many powers on Earth knew of the universe's basic information. For example, Hong and Thunder God, they were familiar with the Cloud Contact Vine's information, and some countries even knew of the Muya crystals. Hong and Thunder God felt a sense of danger and wanted to work hard to reach the star level. Obviously, The upper echelons of Earth weren't ignorant. Only, the information was too shocking, hence it wasn't made public. Normally, after becoming a representative, one would become a country's upper echelon. Only then would one come into contact with these secrets. However, it was obvious that many in the meeting room didn't know about these things. Silence. Hong said. The meeting room immediately quieted down. All the warriors on Earth looked at Hong. What he said before was right. Hong said solemnly, becoming a representative is actually just the Star Traveler Level 1. And the Star Traveler level is split into 9 levels. Above the Star Traveler level, there's indeed the Star level. Above the Star level, there's indeed the Universe level. The Universe level is very strong, so strong that it can easily destroy Earth. I don't want to talk about anything else. Hong's voice grew colder. I only know that this mysterious beast, since it's a space beast, then this calamity will be hard to solve. We have to work together to think of a way to get through this. Clarence, send me all the information on the space beast. Clarence paused and looked at the HR Alliance chairman Isidona beside him. Isidona nodded slightly. All right, Clarence nodded. HM, can you tell me, what's the approximate strength of this space beast? Is it at the universe level? Hong said seriously. If it was a universe-level being, then there wouldn't be a need to resist, because they wouldn't even have the ability to resist. They could just arrange for the escape plan and the human race inheritance plan. No, it can't be a universe level. The bald old man shook his head. According to the information I know, universe-level space beasts have bodies that are at least a few thousand meters long. Some are even more ridiculous, over 10,000 meters long. This swallowing beast is only 180 meters long. According to my estimates, it's a Star Traveler level 8 or 9, or even a star level. Hong and Thunder God exchanged glances. At this level, humanity might still be able to resist. Luo Feng stared at the mysterious beast on the screen. Actually, it was easy to guess. The Emperor Beast was roughly a Star Traveler level 6. This mysterious beast was much stronger than the Emperor. Then a Star Traveler level 8 or 9 was very possible. Maybe even a star level. If it's a star level, then it'll be troublesome. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Everybody sit down. The third chairman, Mo Henderson, shouted. Right now, everybody think of a way to deal with this. Let's temporarily call it the swallowing beast. How do we deal with it? If we don't kill it, more and more people will die. Within the meeting room, everyone sat down and began to discuss. Even though it was a discussion, in truth, humanity really didn't have any tricks up their sleeves. The strongest single-target attack weapon of the past, the laser cannon, the highest power laser cannon, couldn't even leave a mark on the swallowing beast scales. What other tricks did humanity have? Only one was left. Nuclear bombs. The power of the nuclear bombs was indeed very strong. However, normally only when the target was at the center of the nuclear bomb would the killing power be strong enough. And after using the nuclear bombs, the large amounts of radiation, etc., could easily cause the beast to mutate. Hence, under normal circumstances, humanity wouldn't use nuclear bombs. That wasn't worth it. However, this time, they had no other choice. Humanity didn't have any powerful trump cards left. Use nuclear bombs? What's the yield? 50 million tons? Or even higher? Do you have any confidence? The pinnacle of the world's people were discussing anxiously. Speed. At the start of the video, the mysterious beast flew from the water surface to mid-air. What's its speed? Someone immediately shouted. Very quickly, the data came out. The first time the swallowing beast appeared, its flying speed was 13,082 meters per second. And in the subsequent satellite recordings, there was one that was even faster, reaching 14,899 meters per second. An American worker's voice, through the network, was transmitted into the virtual space meeting room. That fast. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed greatly. Their speeds were far from that level. Luo Feng's expression was ugly too. He was currently a Star Traveler level 3 spirit reader. Even with the soaring shuttle, his flying speed was only over 5,000 meters per second. And that was with him being a spirit reader and relying on the soaring shuttle. Luo Feng estimated that even a fighter like Thunder God wouldn't be as fast as him when flying in the air. But the difference between him and the swallowing beast was so huge. Babata, Babata! Luo Feng's consciousness called out. What are you looking for me for? I'm sleeping. Babata communicated with Luo Feng. Within the virtual space, AIs could enter. After all, this was built by AIs. And in terms of intelligence, Babata was much stronger than the intelligence of the Palace of War Gods. Hence, even though he had entered quietly, the War God Palace's AI didn't sense anything at all. Tell me, just what is that monster on the screen? Is there any way to kill it? Luo Feng said. Right now, he could only ask for Babata's help. Babata's vision was much broader than the humans of Earth. Oh, the demon Babata will take a look. Babata said proudly. Luo Feng waited quietly. My God! Babata shouted in shock. Damn! Where did you get this video? How did you get it? What video? It's from Earth. Right now, this mysterious monster is killing people on Earth. Luo Feng said. On Earth? You're saying the golden horned beast has appeared on Earth. Babata couldn't believe it at all. Right now it's in North America. Luo Feng said. How is this possible? In Master's over 60 million years of life, he's roamed countless galaxies. Yet he's only met 3 space beasts, and none of them had such a high-level bloodline. Babata couldn't believe it. Earth actually has a golden horned beast. Luo Feng was dissatisfied. Babata, speak clearly. Last time I've told you. The space beasts of the universe are extremely powerful, and the space beasts have many bloodlines. They're split into 3 levels, the strongest of which is when they grow up. At their peak, they're sector lords. This is the universe's strongest bloodline. I've introduced the flame star beast that grows up by eating stars. And the one you're looking at is the same one that stands at the pinnacle of the space beasts, the golden horned beast. It's even more savage than the flame star beast. It's even more famous. Once it fully grows up, it'll be a sector lord. The golden horned beast and the flame star beast both belong to the space beast devouring type. However, the flame star beast is of the fire attribute, while the golden horned beast is of the metal attribute. And they're both at the pinnacle, even stronger than our humans' strongest bloodline. The golden horned beast is extremely savage. Its attacks are extremely strong. Babata exclaimed. It's over. It's appeared on Earth. Your Earth is finished. There's no hope. It's finished. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Chapter 2:38. It's over. There's no hope. It's over. Babata's words were like a heavy hammer smashing into Luo Feng's soul. He was completely stunned. Earth is over? That sounds very extensive. However, in the distant past, 5,000 years ago, starting from the ancestors of China, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, Xia, Shang, Zhou, Spring, Autumn, and Warring States, countless legendary figures were born, illuminating an era. Qin Huang, Han Wu, Lu Guan and Zhang of the 3 kingdoms, Red Cliff, etc., Jin, northern and southern dynasties, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. All the way until the 21st century, humanity lived in a modern society. During the Grand Nirvana period, humanity fled. Until today, they lived and worked in the headquarters cities. In one of the headquarters cities, in a high school, there was a student. His name was Luo Feng. His classmates, teachers, his brothers in the dojo, instructors, his parents, his loved ones, all the people he came in contact with since he was young. They were just a very small and inconspicuous drop of water in the Huaxia people. And the Chinese race was a part of the human race on Earth. Now it's over? No. Luo Feng felt his soul tremble, piercing pain. If the entire human race on Earth perished, what was the point of him living? We must kill it. Luo Feng stared at the golden horned beast on the screen in the meeting room. It must die. Luo Feng, what are you thinking? Babata asked. Babata, the golden horned beast must die. Luo Feng said to Babata, are you having a fever? You, a star traveler level 3 spirit reader, actually dared to provoke a star-level golden horned beast? You have the Yun Mo heritage, but the golden horned beast background is huge too. Its bloodline is noble, and its power is strong. Wanting to kill it is simply a dream. Babata said, we don't have to fight it head-on. Even if it's dangerous, we can just let you hide in the UNMO planet ship. Once it closes, no matter how strong it is, it won't be able to destroy it. And with the UNMO planet's shocking weight, it won't be able to swallow it. No, Luo Feng rejected Babata's suggestion. Don't be silly. At most, we'll let your family enter the UNMO planet ship too. Babata said, Babata, we can't just hide like a turtle. He had escaped this calamity. Then he walked out to take a look. The entire human race on Earth had been wiped out. My parents' co-workers and neighbors are all dead. Only our family is left. What's the point? How do you expect my parents to live? How am I supposed to live? Luo Feng asked. Unimaginable. That scene was unimaginable to Luo Feng. Terrifying. This scene made one's heart turn cold. I can't understand the way you humans think. Babata was dissatisfied. You're not even his match, yet you're still resisting. People can't leave society. Humans cannot separate themselves from their nation and motherland. If you're all alone on Earth, then you are all alone. It's a fate worse than death. Luo Feng felt a chill just thinking about it. Babata, when a country is destroyed, the surviving citizens have a name. They are called slaves of a country. Earth is my root. The Chinese people were his roots. If the roots died, the branches and leaves would also wither and wither. As for himself, he was just one of the better leaves among the countless branches and leaves. If the roots died, how could the leaves live? Babata, tell me how to kill it. Luo Feng thought. Oh, that's impossible. Babata didn't hesitate much. Babata, you can build a ship. Don't tell me you can't build a powerful weapon to kill it. Luo Feng asked in his mind, extremely anxious. A weapon to kill a star level? Babata understood Luo Feng's anxiousness and said seriously, Luo Feng, in the universe, a star level is already considered a powerful warrior. A universe-level warrior can even rely on his body to fight against an interstellar fleet, which means normal interstellar fleets have a hard time killing a universe level. Killing a star level requires a powerful weapon. That level of weapon is extremely complicated to build. It requires at least a few years of effort. Babata said, however, with the Golden Horn Beast speed, it can definitely sweep through the entire Earth within a month. Luo Feng understood. The Golden Horn Beast leads countless sea monsters and sweeps through the entire Earth. It will indeed be very fast. And Luo Feng, a powerful weapon is easy to build, but what about firing it? You have to fire and hit the target. That's very difficult. Babata said, so, if you really want to resist, there's only one way. Speak. Luo Feng was excited. Your Earth has some universe battleship wreckage. Those wreckages may be equipped with a powerful weapon. Even though it's been corroded for a long time, it can't be used anymore. However, if I modify it, maybe it can be used again. Babata said, of course, this depends on luck. After all, a weapon that can kill a star level is considered powerful in an interstellar battleship. For example, that thin ship in your head's headquarters is only a transport ship. The weapons it uses are usually weaker. Luo Feng listened, his heart filled with desire. Right? Looking for ancient ruins. Looking for weapons that exceed Earth's civilization. Babata, tell me, this Golden Horn Beast's exact strength. Luo Feng asked in his heart. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Babata said, look beside that golden engraved horn on its head. Isn't there a protrusion? Luo Feng looked carefully at the screen. Right? That Golden Horn Beast's head, other than the horn that seemed to pierce through the skies, there was a protrusion beside it. The Golden Horn Beast's strength is very easy to identify, because at different stages, it has different characteristics. Infant stage, there's only one horn on its forehead. Growth stage, there's a second horn on its forehead. Youth stage, there's a third horn on its forehead. Adult stage, there's a fourth horn. Pinnacle stage, there's a fifth horn. The higher its strength, the more complex the golden engravings on its horn, until finally, the horn is gold in color. That's why it's called the Golden Horned Beast. Babata said. Luo Feng realized. Its second horn is just a protrusion. I think it just entered the star level not long ago. Babata continued. However, its bloodline is too strong. Its growth rate is shocking. During its growth stage, it will madly swallow large amounts of metal and absorb. Its strength will constantly rise. Hence, if we want to kill it, we have to kill it quickly, otherwise it will only get stronger and stronger. Luo Feng understood. A fully grown golden horned beast that could reach the sector lord level. Its growth rate would definitely be fast. No wonder it swallowed the base. It's almost all metal. Luo Feng exclaimed. Relax. As a swallowing beast, even though it has an internal world, it's still a little punk that just finished its infant stage. Its daily appetite is limited. Babata said. However, Luo Feng, I have to warn you. None of the space beasts are easy to deal with. Their bloodline contains ancient memories. To kill a space beast, it's very difficult. To kill one of the space beasts, one of the top-ranked golden horned beasts, it's even harder. Master once heard that there was an undying in the universe who met a sector lord-level golden horned beast and tried to kill it. In theory, it's too easy for an undying to kill a sector lord. However, even though that golden horned beast couldn't win, it actually managed to escape. Babata exclaimed, this type of pinnacle bloodline is incredibly rare. You may be able to defeat it, but to kill it, that's very hard. Luo Feng was silent. If I don't try, how would I know? Luo Feng said, Babata, this war, I have no choice. Either it dies, or to destroy the humans of Earth, I'll die first. Luo Feng said solemnly. Luo Feng had never thought of himself as great or noble. He could watch as a base was swallowed by the golden horned beast. However, if the humans of Earth were to be destroyed, if the Chinese were to be destroyed, if this branch of his had no roots, then what was the point of living? He might as well die a glorious death. You stubborn brain. Babata was helpless. It's a pity the Yun Mo planet ship doesn't have any weapons. Actually, against an undying, those energy weapons were useless. Like the Yun Mo planet ship, the entire ship was made of mixed copper essence. One piece was over a ton. How much did the entire ship weigh? With the Yun Mo planet ship's strength, as long as it accelerated to a shocking speed, along with its incredibly sharp edges. Normally, when flying the universe and entering a meteorite group, it would just charge straight through, slicing through the meteorites like tofu. One hit. Even a planet could be sliced through. Killing a star level was like cutting vegetables. It was a pity. The Yun Mo planet ship was damaged. It couldn't fly at all. While Luo Feng was discussing with Babata, the others were discussing too. Old Wang, if it's a Star Traveler level 8 or 9 monster, we still have hope. However, if it's a star level, our chances of winning are at most 10%. Two old men sat together, discussing softly. Oh, oldly. Have you come to a conclusion? A short old man with white hair said softly. Before the Grand Nirvana, there wasn't even a place to test the large nuclear bombs. However, during the headquarters city era, there were plenty of empty spaces over 10,000 kilometers superscript 2. The conditions are there. The old man nodded. The detailed plan, we'll leave it to the various countries' experts to discuss. I'm thinking if we fail. You're talking about the race inheritance plan? The old man looked at him. The old man looked back at him. The two of them, during the Grand Nirvana period, they had built the headquarters city. They had spent countless amounts of effort for the Chinese race. They naturally couldn't bear to part with their country and race. The commoners are all living in peace now, and the apocalypse is coming. The old man closed his eyes, tears welling in them, after which he opened them, his gaze resolute. I believe it's the same for every country. We'll start the inheritance plan in secret. If we humans on Earth really can't resist, then we'll start on a large scale. We'll discuss the details after we leave the virtual space. The old man nodded. However, he felt a heaviness that made him unable to breathe. Maybe the situation isn't that bad. The old man thought to himself. The entire meeting room, whether it was the fighters Luo, Feng, Hong, Thunder God, or the various countries' leaders, Even the specially invited weapons experts, they were all racking their brains to come up with a solution. They were all members of Earth. No one was willing to give up. P.S. The following chapters are a little hard to write. Tomato doesn't want to rush. Tomato wants to write about the events of the apocalypse, to resonate. That's a good book. Let Tomato think carefully and write slowly. Write more in one go. Today's 1 chapter. Tomorrow's 3 chapters. The day after tomorrow's 3 chapters too. Make it up to everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 239. Everyone in the meeting room was anxious. Brother Hong, are you confident? Thunder God and Hong sat in the corner, with no one else around them. Not at all. Hong shook his head. However, even if I'm not confident, I'll still go at the last moment. With my Star Traveler level 7 and my domain, I'm already invincible within the Star Traveler level. Along with the Cloud Contact Vine that's growing quickly from the Muya crystals, even if I were to fight a Star level 1 to the death, there's still hope. The biggest problem is that we don't know the swallowing monster's power. Hong said solemnly. Thunder God nodded. However, Hong and Thunder God obviously didn't know a Star level 1 human fighter was different from a Star level 1 monster. Not to mention the most terrifying monster, the Space Beast. And it was the pinnacle bloodline of the Space Beast, the Golden Horn Beast. This was known as the pinnacle bloodline in the vast universe. This was also the main reason why Babata was certain that Earth was finished. Attention! Attention! The American president shouted. America has just sent over a video of the swallowing monster. Immediately, everyone quieted down. Luo Feng looked up too. On the screen was a brand new video. It was of the vast wilderness, a base laid across a wide river. However, within this base, large amounts of troops were fleeing. Tens of thousands of soldiers were fleeing, and many disc-shaped fighter aircrafts were already flying up. They've just received orders from headquarters to abandon the base and swiftly retreat. The American president explained, the main thing is that our headquarters has discovered through the satellite that the swallowing monster is flying in this direction. However, the swallowing monster is too fast. The troops haven't even finished retreating. On the screen, a golden light stopped. It was the swallowing monster with 4 claws and a pair of scaled wings. The meeting room was filled with silence. It's going to be swallowed again? Luo Feng shook his head. On the screen, the swallowing monster was like lightning as it swooped down, passing through the base. The scales on its wings were like blades slicing through the base. The entire base was as fragile as tofu, immediately collapsing. Some of the soldiers that didn't make it out in time were smashed to death. Others were smashed to pieces by the wings. The base was in ruins. The swallowing beast's cold, dark golden eyes looked at the flying saucer fighters that were fleeing in all directions. The speed of the flying saucer fighters was laughable in its eyes. All it did was wave its front paw. Xiao! 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 5 golden rays. It was shockingly fast, directly hitting the 5 disc-shaped fighters in the distance. The disc-shaped fighter immediately exploded into a ball of fire. The 5 fireballs were particularly conspicuous under the dusky sky. The video ended. Everyone, the President of the United States said in a low voice, we discovered 2 things in this video. First, it didn't swallow the base this time, but it destroyed it. Second, it has long-range attacks. Bastard. Bullshit. At the side of the conference hall, the discussion group formed by the world's top nuclear bomb experts erupted into a storm of curses. Those white-haired old men were all absolute figures of the highest stature. Normally, it would be impossible for them to curse. But now, many of them were so angry that their faces were red. What's wrong? Hong looked over. Let me explain a little. One of the big-nosed Russian nuclear bomb experts stood up and looked at everyone. We've been discussing before, using an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb to explode on the swallowing beast body or mouth. Before, we were most worried about the swallowing ability of the swallowing beast. The moment it swallows, will it cause interference to electronic signals? However, this problem, we can more or less solve it. Right now, we've discovered the biggest problem. It has long-range attacks. The big-nosed Russian man raged. With the swallowing beast's unbelievable defense, an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb, as long as it's within 50 m of it, will explode. I'm afraid it won't even be able to break its scales. Everyone in the conference hall was shocked. Attention! To humans, the most harmful effects of a hydrogen bomb are the shock waves and radiation. The explosion itself is actually the least harmful one. However, the shock wave from the hydrogen bomb, it's useless against a monster like the swallowing beast. Radiation? Even the representatives aren't afraid of radiation, much less this swallowing beast. That's why only the instant explosion can harm the swallowing beast. Luo Feng nodded as he listened. The moment an extremely high-yield hydrogen bomb explodes, the instant explosion's high temperature would exceed 20 million degrees. However, it has to be by its side, because the huge amount of energy released by the fusion is dispersed in all directions. The further away from the center, the weaker the power. To such a mysterious, unbelievable existence like the swallowing beast, the closer the better. The best would be to explode in its mouth. The defense inside its mouth definitely can't compare to its scales. When the 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb explodes in its mouth, it'll definitely blast its head into nothingness. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he listened. 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb? He didn't believe it wouldn't die. Within Luo Feng's wrist space, Babata's main body was there. 100-million-ton hydrogen bomb exploding in its mouth? Babata ate an apple, shaking his head, wishful thinking. However, they don't understand the swallowing beast at all. It's the famous golden-horned beast in the universe, one of the most elite bloodlines among the space beasts. Even the low-level civilizations, middle-level civilizations, and high-level civilizations don't dare to underestimate it. If it dies so easily, it wouldn't be the golden-horned beast. It's a pity. I have too little information on the golden-horned beast. I'm not sure of its weakness. Babata was helpless. After all, even to the undying beings, space beasts are extremely rare. They're considered to be extremely rare animals. China calls pandas a rare animal. But even now, some zoos still don't have mutated pandas. But the golden-horned beast, even the undying beings, the master of the Yun-Mo planet, has lived for over 60 million years, roaming through countless galaxies, have never seen a golden-horned beast. Even the golden-horned beast itself, from birth to death, with its long life, roaming the universe, it's hard to meet one of its kind. Extremely rare. Because it's extremely rare, you can't even see one. Even if you do meet one, you can't dissect it. Even if you dissect a corpse, you won't be able to find out what's so special about this space beast. Hence, in the vast universe, the understanding of the space beast has always been a blank. Even the undying beings aren't too sure. They only have a rough idea. Maybe the undying beings who have lived longer than the Yun-Mo planet master, who are stronger and more knowledgeable, might know a bit more. A 60-million-year undying being is indeed young. Virtual space, palace of war gods, meeting room. Everyone, the biggest problem right now is if the fighter jet we use to transport the hydrogen bomb is destroyed by the swallowing beast from 1,000 meters away. What do we do? From 1,000 meters away, even if we successfully detonate it, I'm afraid even a Star Traveler warrior won't die. The big-nosed Russian said. Everyone, the hydrogen bomb explodes at close range. There's only one chance. Once it fails with the swallowing beast's intelligence, after suffering a loss, it definitely won't let any fighter jet near it. We won't have another chance. The big-nosed Russian looked at everyone. Suddenly, Hong stood up. When that time comes, I'll use my prehistoric-level auto jet to carry the hydrogen bomb. With the defense of the prehistoric-level auto jet, unless it personally attacks in close range, the golden light won't be able to destroy the auto jet. With the hydrogen bomb on the jet, once it gets close, the AI system will control the jet to self-destruct. Thank you. The big-nosed Russian was overjoyed. Prehistoric-level auto jet, the strongest fighter jet on Earth. Universe-level auto jet, it can forcefully collide with an Emperor-level monster. Prehistoric level, it can forcefully collide with an Emperor-level monster. Its defense was even stronger than Hong's own defense. It was definitely one of Hong's greatest rewards from the archaeological ruins. This way, the chances of the hydrogen bomb exploding in the swallowing beast's mouth is much higher. The big-nosed Russian was extremely excited. The world's top experts were all extremely excited too. And at this time, Luo Feng's eyebrows were creased, his consciousness communicating with Babada. Everyone, Luo Feng stood up. Everyone in the meeting room turned to look. Seeing Luo Feng speaking, they were all suspicious. Hong and Thunder God, too, looked suspiciously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng wasn't a nuclear expert, nor was he a country leader. What could he say? Regarding this swallowing beast, I have some information. Luo Feng emphasized. Immediately, there was silence. 1. The moment the swallowing beast swallows, the surrounding space will warp, separating it from the outside world. Wanting to control the hydrogen bomb in the jet from afar, that's definitely not possible. Also, while being swallowed, within the area of the swallowing warp space, the jet and the nuclear bomb's metal will automatically begin to decompose. Hence, wanting to enter its mouth and explode, the chances are very low. The moment those words were said, everyone's expressions changed. This was extremely bad news. 2. This swallowing beast's strength is indeed at the star level. Luo Feng said the second point. 3. The only good news is its swallowing ability is limited. It's not a bottomless pit. Just like how it had already begun to destroy the base, not choosing to swallow. Luo Feng's voice resounded throughout the meeting room. Out of these 3 pieces of news, only one was still good. The first 2 were terrible. Representative Luo, are you sure? Are you sure? The nuclear experts all looked at Luo Feng. I'm sure. Luo Feng nodded. This swallowing beast has the ability to swallow metal, decompose it, and absorb it. No wonder it ate the base. Damn it. This news caused many people to panic. At this time, Luo Feng walked to Hong's side. Hong was still troubled by Luo Feng's earlier words about the swallowing beast being a star level. Head. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Looks like this year, you've had some gains, actually learning some valuable information about this swallowing beast. Hong looked at Luo Feng. He wasn't surprised. There were many people on Earth who had explored the archaeological ruins. After becoming a representative warrior, it would be weird if he didn't explore. I want to obtain a list of all the archaeological ruins on Earth. Luo Feng emphasized. Every archaeological ruin situation, I hope there's some explanation. You are? Hong was shocked. I want to see. Which ruins can I find some powerful weapons? Luo Feng said. Hong shook his head. The list of archaeological ruins, explanations, I can give them to you. However, Luo Feng, weapons that can kill a star level are too hard to find. And even if there are, it's probably already decayed. I want to give it a try. Luo Feng didn't want to hesitate. He had time, but the humans of Earth didn't. Looking at Luo Feng's expression, Hong nodded seriously. All right, I'll immediately send a ruin list to you. However, you have to be careful. Luo Feng nodded. His body suddenly disappeared from the virtual space. Obviously, he had left the virtual space. Humanity's moment of survival. Hong muttered. Luo Feng is giving it his all. Everyone is giving it their all, hoping to get through this calamity. P.S. Chapter 1. Chapter 240. Yangzhou City Mingyu District. Within the gravity room, Luo Feng opened his eyes and swiftly got up. The door to the room automatically opened. Su Xin. Luo Feng swiftly rushed downstairs. In the living room below, Su Xin was watching television. Seeing Luo Feng come down, she got up and asked, Luo Feng, what happened? There's no time to tell. Follow me now. I need to bring my parents and brother back immediately. Luo Feng was worried about his parents outside. I'll tell you on the way. Oh, all right. Su Xin could tell that something serious had happened. Sitting on the Emperor-level auto jet, they swiftly left Yangzhou City. Hello, Mom, where are you? Northeast Headquarters City? All right, stay where you are now. Don't leave. I'll come get you. Don't ask. I'll tell you later. Luo Feng hung up and called his brother. Hello, Luo Hua, where are you? Oh, in Yangzhou City? Hurry home now. HM, right immediately. After making these 2 calls, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. Luo Feng, what happened? Only now did Su Xan dare to interrupt. Calamity. This is a calamity for humanity. Luo Feng's voice was low. This made Su Xian's expression change. Amongst the sea monsters, a swallowing monster has appeared. Me, Hong, and Thunder God, none of us are its match. Luo Feng said solemnly. Even the strongest laser cannons can't even leave a mark on one of its scales. Right now, the Americans have already lost a few bases, their casualties in the hundreds of thousands, and it's quickly increasing. Su Xian was stunned. Hundreds of thousands? That many? Many? Luo Feng shook his head. If this goes on, South America, North America, Africa, Asia, Europe, all the headquarters cities will be destroyed. The death toll will be in the hundreds of millions. Without any bases, the moment the headquarters cities are destroyed, humanity will be like lambs to be slaughtered. This calamity could be even more serious than the Great Nirvana. Luo Feng said. Su Xian finally panicked. Great Nirvana? Humanity's worst calamity. However, Luo Feng and Su Xian's generation have never experienced it before. However, they often heard from their parents' generation. The Grand Nirvana period was a nightmare. The entire human race's nightmare. He picked up his confused parents from the northeast Bay City. On the way back, Luo Feng had Su Xian stay with his parents while he lowered his head to look at his tactical communications watch. At the same time, he ordered, Number 1, connect to my tactical communications watch. Virtual display beep. A screen appeared in front of Luo Feng. On the screen was a secret document. Archaeological ruins. Archaeological ruin number 1 is located in the depths of the sea around Bermuda in the North Atlantic Ocean. It is a silver-white pyramid that is 1,200 meters tall. This 1,200-meter tall silver pyramid is extremely dangerous. Any material or expert that enters the entrance will be destroyed immediately. As of now, there is no more detailed information on archaeological ruin number 1. Archaeological relic number 2, located under the former Wrangel Island of the Soviet Russia. It is the wreckage of a spaceship. Archaeological ruin number 3. Archaeological ruin number 31, located in the depths of Shenangjia of the former Hubei of China. The ruin itself is a huge sphere with a diameter of over 800 meters. There are many small pits on the surface of the sphere. It also emits large amounts of poisonous gas. The gas can seep through the skin and enter the body. Up until now, no one has ever entered archaeological ruin number 31 alive. This place, along with number 1 and number 12, is one of the 3 great areas of despair. Anyone who enters all 3 will die for sure. Looking from top to bottom, Luo Feng carefully thought about every archaeological ruin. Some ruins are terrifying, like archaeological ruin number 31. Some ruins are just wreckage, like archaeological ruin number 2. Some ruins are very special, like archaeological ruin number 9. Babata, Luo Feng's consciousness connected. You saw it too. Tell me, which one should I enter? Luo Feng asked in his heart. Other than the 3 great areas of despair, the countries have pretty much searched the other ruins. There's no point in going. Babata said, of the 3 great areas of despair, archaeological ruin number 1 and archaeological ruin number 31, those are the true areas of despair. Even a universe-level fighter will die for sure. Go to archaeological ruin number 12 of the 3 great areas of despair. Even a universe-level fighter will die for sure. Luo Feng was shocked. Yes, come back when your strength is high enough. Your goal is archaeological ruin number 12. Babata explained, this archaeological ruin number 12, with your current strength, might be a bit dangerous, but if you're careful, it shouldn't be a problem. At this time, Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Within the wrist smart space, Babata rubbed his little face. Even though he didn't really approve of Luo Feng's foolish actions, he was still very satisfied with his master's disciple's determination. Master said before, no matter if it's an evil person, a kind person, or a demonic person. A true warrior will definitely have a determined heart. Luo Feng was very clear on his current thoughts. Actually, in a virtual meeting room, after receiving the news, he was very shocked and panicked. However, very quickly, he calmed down. Back then, after talking with the Southeast military commander, Luo Feng was very determined in his thoughts. When I die and close my eyes, I don't want to regret my past lack of effort. I don't want to regret. If I don't give it my all now, and watch as my comrades die, my people perish, and only my family remains on earth, will I regret it in the future? Luo Feng asked himself in his heart. The answer was without a doubt. He would regret a lot. Then, let's work hard now. Let's give it our all. Even if he burns his last drop of blood, as long as he succeeds, he believes that when he closes his eyes, he will still be smiling. Actually, ever since he chose the path of a fighter, Luo Feng has never feared death. He only wishes for his death to be worth it. Worth it. Nighttime. Mingyue Sector's villas, quite a few of them, still had their lights on. The auto jet landed on a grass patch. Luo Feng, Su Xan, and Luo Hongguo walked down together. Hello. Luo Feng picked up his phone. It's me, Jai. A slightly anxious voice rang. Luo Feng, something big has happened. What could possibly happen? Luo Feng was a bit shocked. The calamity had already descended. What could possibly happen? Luo Feng, before in the meeting room, the various countries' leaders discovered through the satellite. That swallowing monster, after destroying all the bases in North America, actually swiftly flew towards Europe and began to wreak havoc on some of their important bases. I believe that very soon it will begin to destroy our bases in Asia. Without the bases to stop the sea monsters, countless sea monsters will rush inland. I'm afraid that in just 1 or 2 days, there will be a large-scale war with the headquarters cities. Jia Yi's words made Luo Feng's face go pale. You mean? Luo Feng's eyes were red. With the swallowing monster speed of over 10,000 meters per second, within a short half a day, it can destroy all the bases on Earth. When that time comes, countless sea monsters will swiftly follow the rivers and kill inland. If they really go all out, no matter how much humanity struggles, in 3 days, half of humanity will perish. In 7 days, the headquarters cities will all perish. Luo Feng gulped. My God, I thought there was still a month. Luo Feng couldn't believe it, as he shook his head. In the small district, Luo Hongguo and his wife, along with Su Xian, were shocked to see Luo Feng's expression. Ever since Luo Feng's position had risen, he rarely had such a panicked expression. Right, I thought there was still time, but Jia Yi's voice was very low, filled with pain and sorrow. Why is it like this? Luo Feng was extremely confused. The time was too short. Originally, if the swallowing monster had taken its time, devouring a few bases a day, it would have taken its time. Humanity still had a lot of time. However, the swallowing monster was actually preparing to destroy all the bases on Earth within half a day, allowing countless sea monsters to attack humanity. It was too vicious. However, Luo Feng could understand after thinking about it. If he was a swallowing monster, he would probably finish off the enemies in one go, and then be able to comfortably devour metal. Luo Feng, the swallowing monster will destroy the bases and the laser cannons. The swallowing monster is too smart. It has a lot of intelligence. It is very clear that the laser cannons are a threat to the Emperor-level monsters. Hence, it easily waved its golden light, destroying the laser cannons. Jia Yi said, and chasing after the human armies is too lazy to do that. Instead, it is the Emperor-level monsters that are chasing after the human armies. Being chased by an Emperor-level monster, even tens of thousands of soldiers would be wiped out. Killing one Emperor-level monster means saving hundreds of thousands of people, maybe even more. Jia Yi said, and a normal representative doesn't have the confidence to kill an Emperor-level monster. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. He had to make a trip to the ruins in the shortest time possible, and then swiftly return. When the time comes, he would leave the assembly of the weapons to Babata and himself He was about to start a massacre. Emperor-level monster? You all want to kill humanity. Then I'll kill you all. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, cold like never before. At this time, Luo Feng was indeed about to go crazy. Anxiety rage. He was already forced to the edge of the cliff. There was no way to retreat. Luo Feng, because of the swallowing monster's madness, the hydrogen bomb attack plan will be carried out tonight. Jia Yi said, if we can kill the swallowing monster, then we have hope. Right now, the swallowing monster is in Europe. Looking at the direction, it will soon enter Russia. When that happens, the hydrogen bomb attack will be carried out within Russia's borders. Luo Feng nodded. Before the Grand Nirvana period, Russia was the largest country on Earth. However, in the era of base cities, it was meaningless to talk about the size of a territory. Humans could only stay in the base city. Soviet Russia, on the other hand, had a smaller population. The base cities were all built on the European plate of the map, so there were more than 10 million square kilometers of uninhabited areas. It could launch a super high-yield hydrogen bomb attack. Tonight, Luo Feng prayed within. P.S. That's the second chapter. Continue to the third chapter. Chapter 241. Time was tight. Luo Feng couldn't afford to waste it. Mom, Dad, all of you stay at home. If there's any danger, go to the gravity room upstairs. Luo Feng emphasized the gravity room's material was extremely sturdy. Even a Star Traveler Level 9 warrior would have a hard time destroying it. After all, this was a gravity room for planetary states to cultivate in. It was relatively safe in the gravity chamber. Babata set the gravity room to my parents, my brother, Zhen Nan, and Su Exen. Luo Feng said, at the same time, set the gravity to 1 times. It's done. Babata's efficiency was very high. He could directly control it from a distance. Little Feng, be careful. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan had talked to Su Xian on the way back, and already knew the severity of the situation. Only Luo Hua and Zhen Nan weren't sure. Brother, come back soon, Luo Hua shouted. Luo Feng waved his hand and swiftly left the house. Tonight was destined to be a race against time for humanity. Luo Feng's auto jet swiftly rose into the sky and left Yangzhou City. The fastest speed of an auto jet can reach 8,000 meters per second. How long will it take to reach ruins number 12? Luo Feng asked. This auto jet wasn't originally this fast, but during his free time, Babata kept it in his storage space and did some simple modifications. His speed immediately soared from 10 times the speed of sound to 8,000 meters per second. According to Babata's words, this little bit of improvement is nothing. For a spaceship to travel in the universe, reaching the critical point of light speed is the most basic. Compared to the speed of light, this speed is nothing. Regarding this, Luo Feng didn't say much. He had no choice. To the AI Babata, whose level of civilization was comparable to the higher civilizations of the universe. This sort of modification was indeed very easy. It will take around 20 minutes to reach the 12th ruins, Babata said. Luo Feng's cell phone rang. It was Head Hong calling. Hello, Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, there's something I need you to sacrifice. Hong's voice resounded. Please speak, Head. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. According to the hydrogen bomb attack plan, before the prehistoric level auto jets attack, they will arrange for other extreme model fighter jets to carry atomic bombs and attack. To confuse the public, Hong explained. Luo Feng listened and slightly nodded. That's right. The prehistoric level auto jet was unique to the Dojo of Limits. It was triangular, like Luo Feng's carriage. Most of the other countries had flying saucers. In order to make the prehistoric level auto fighters less conspicuous, it was a good idea to arrange for more triangular fighter jets to carry atomic bombs and attack. Atomic bomb? An atomic bomb with a yield of tens of thousands of tons. Even Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God didn't care. Not to mention the Devourer beast. They want to use the other triangular fighter jets to carry the atomic bomb and attack. The Devourer beast will discover that its attacks pose no threat. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Then, suddenly, one of the normal-looking ones will suddenly unleash a super large bomb. Luo Feng thought about it and felt that this plan would work. It seemed simple, but it was easy to succeed. Luo Feng. However, there aren't many extreme model fighter jets in Asia. Hong said, I need to reach the battlefield in a short amount of time. I hope your auto jet will become one of the cannon fodder. No problem, Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. An auto jet really isn't much to Luo Feng, and this is an important time. Hong even gave up his prehistoric-level auto jet, so why would he be stingy? There's actually a backdoor in your auto jet. I can't control it from afar. Hong said, I'll start controlling your auto jet now. Do you want to stay in or come out? Come out. Luo Feng immediately flew out of the fighter jet, looking at the dark blue triangular fighter jet in front of him. Even though in Babata's eyes, this type of fighter jet that could only fly within planets was simply a cheap toy in the universe, but had been with him for a long time. You've done a good deed for humanity. Luo Feng looked at the fighter jet. I'll control it and leave. Hong's voice resounded from the handphone. Immediately, the dark blue triangular fighter jet swiftly flew away, heading towards the nearest Jiangnan headquarters city's main city district. Obviously, it needed to carry the atomic bomb first. Head, can you tell me what's the yield? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. Due to the lack of time, it's 150 million tons. Hong said, before the Grand Nirvana period, there wasn't even a place to experiment with such a large yield. Once it explodes, even if it's nighttime, I'm afraid China will still be able to see the sun in the north. 150 million tons? Luo Feng slightly nodded. This is humanity's ultimate weapon. Maybe it'll cause quite a few monsters to mutate. But humans don't care. Mutating into an emperor-level monster is already not bad. How can it be stronger than the swallowing monster? Luo Feng, archaeological ruin number 12, is in the Pacific Ocean, not far from the Hawaiian archipelago. The distance from here to the destination is 8,000 kilometers. Right now, you can only rely on the soaring shuttle to fly. According to 5,000 meters per second, you'll need 1,600 seconds. Your speed exceeds 5,000 meters per second, so you should be able to arrive in around 25 minutes. Babata said, Okay, let's go. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately stepping on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light as he swiftly flew towards the Hawaiian archipelago. The European countries, China, and Russia worked together. The European countries contributed 3 atomic bombs. China contributed 5, and Russia contributed 8. The Dojo of Limits also contributed 2. These 18 atomic bombs were in the 18 triangular fighter jets, one of which was Luo Feng's. And the 150 million-ton hydrogen bomb and the atomic bomb used to detonate it were contributed by Russia. As time was tight, they urgently searched for the hydrogen bomb. Only then did they realize Russia, one of the 5 great powers, was actually able to take out a perverted thing with a yield of 150 million tons. Of course, Russia would not hold back anymore when it came to the survival of the human race. They would directly and proudly take out the biggest thing they had. It was placed in the prehistoric-level auto jet, flying towards the northern part of Asia. Along with the 18 cannon fodder, a total of 19 triangular fighter jets. There were all sorts of colors, red, blue, black, etc. And among them, there was 1 prehistoric level, 1 universe level, for Emperor level, and 13 elite extreme fighter jets. Even though those 13 were slightly weaker, they could still be piloted. A total of 19 fighter jets, all piloted. It could be said that from the outside, there wasn't much difference between these 19 fighter jets. We must succeed. We must succeed. America, Russia, Europe, China, India, 23 headquarters cities, the HR Alliance's upper echelon, the entire world's highest echelon. At this time, through satellite surveillance, they could clearly see the 19 fighter jets flying from different locations. These 19 fighter jets were separated, some in front, some behind. Night, above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light swiftly flying towards the Hawaiian archipelago. One had to know, Luo Feng could currently control 19 weapons at once, rushing while looking at his tactical communications watch. This wasn't hard at all. The first one, Luo Feng's tactical communications watch had the right to watch. On the screen, a black triangular fighter jet was swiftly flying towards the northern part of Asia. The swallowing monster was currently destroying a base in the wilderness. Northern Asia, a black beast over 180 m long, scaled wings flapped, swiftly flying high in the sky, its dark golden eyes filled with coldness, savagery, and killing intent. The golden horned beast was one of the most terrifying space beasts. Its bloodline contained savagery and savagery. Suddenly it stopped, floating in mid-air, because it discovered a little that was flying towards it from the front. Maybe from behind, the fighter jets couldn't catch up to the swallowing monster. However, with the satellite tracking and the fighter jets flying towards it, of course it could touch it. How? The golden horned beast waved its right claw. Explode. This first triangular fighter jet was one of the 18 cannon fodder Emperor-level fighter jets. According to the AI system's orders, the moment the swallowing monster started attacking from afar, it would immediately self-destruct. There was no need to care about the distance. Rumble. This Emperor-level auto jet immediately exploded. At the same time, the 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb also exploded. On Luo Feng's tactical communications watch's screen, he could only see a small sun appear in the dark night, enveloping the swallowing monster in the distance. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The shock waves were like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading in all directions, causing the sky to darken. In just a breath's time, the swallowing monster had already appeared over 100 kilometers away. There wasn't a single wound on its body. A 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb exploding a few hundred meters away to it was like a gust of wind blowing past it. The second one is coming. On the tactical communications watch's screen, the image of the second fighter jet flew past. The 18 cannon fodder atomic bombs, each with a power of 15,000 tons, 60,000 tons. A 20,000-ton yield atomic bomb, even if it bombed a county, would only turn the center of a few hundred meters into rubble. 2,000 to 3,000 meters would be covered by the shock waves, shattering glass. A city with a population of a few 100,000 people would die. This kind of power, in the tens of millions of square kilometers of no man's land in the north of Asia, indeed wouldn't affect humans. The second one doesn't have any long-range attacks. That's great. The dark night sky. The golden-horned beast spread its huge wings. The explosion from before made it feel very interested. This second fighter jet flew to 50 m away from it. Only then did it extend its claws to grab it. Rumble. Another small sun lit up in the wilderness. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. Howl. The golden-horned beast felt its claws being shaken up was quite comfortable, and according to its inherited memories, as long as it reached the star level, this planet wouldn't pose any threat to it. This was also the reason why it only left the ocean after reaching the star level. The third atomic bomb, the fourth atomic bomb, one after another suns in the dark night sky, one after another mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The atomic bombs were like fireworks in the north of Asia, exploding again and again. Explode, explode, explode. The upper echelons of the countries all over the world watching were all extremely nervous, their hearts in suspense. Even Luo Feng, who was flying above the ocean, Hong and Thunder God, who were in the dojo of limits, were so nervous their palms were sweating, because the cannon fodder mixed with the real thing was about to enter the arena. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Continue another 3 chapters tomorrow. Summoning monthly votes. Chapter 242. 18 cannon fodders and 1 carrying a hydrogen bomb. Now, 9 consecutive fighter jets carrying atomic bombs have exploded. The 10th fighter jet. At this moment, on Earth, China, America, Russia, and all the Star Traveler level fighters were watching the live broadcast on the satellite. Everyone's hearts were in suspense, because according to the original plan, the real thing would be somewhere between the 10th and the 14th. Night. The golden-horned beast's scaled wings gently flapped as it swiftly flew. Its dark golden eyes had a hint of excitement. The consecutive explosions of the atomic bomb created some extremely high temperatures and particle flow, causing the parts of its body that were in contact with the atomic bomb to feel numb and itchy. And it found out. This stimulation to its body caused its body to slowly grow faster. Just like how a person trains their muscles, giving them a certain amount of pressure will cause the muscles to grow faster. And this golden horned beast has lived in the ocean for such a long time, so it has never been threatened, so it grows normally. This kind of stimulation is actually quite effective. Ow! The golden horned beast saw another triangular fighter jet flying towards it and let out a happy howl. This was a dark blue triangular fighter jet, the one that accompanied Luo Feng for a long time. Xiao, the fighter jet, was like lightning. Whoosh! The golden horned beast swung its powerful tail that was covered in scales. The speed of its tail far exceeded the fighter jet's flying speed. Rumble. When its tail touched the fighter jet, the atomic bomb had already exploded. The 30,000-ton atomic bomb exploded on its tail. The violent energy from the fission suddenly exploded, forming a dazzling sun that covered the golden horned beast's entire body. The shock wave swiftly spread in all directions. The earth seemed to undulate like waves. Pacific Ocean. A human silhouette became a beam of light a few hundred meters above the ocean. It was shockingly fast. Luo Feng, your fighter jet is gone. Bata's voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Luo Feng stared at the tactical communications watch on his wrist. So what if it's gone? Look at the 11th one. Luo Feng stared hard. The tactical communications watch's display changed to the 11th fighter jet that was flying past. A blood-red triangular fighter jet. Head honks. Luo Feng's heart jumped. Luo Feng, let me remind you, you've already reached the ocean above archaeological ruin number 12, Babata's voice sounded. Whoosh! Luo Feng swiftly accelerated and stopped above the ocean. We'll go down in a bit. Luo Feng stared at the screen. This 11th time we're going for real. If a 150 megaton hydrogen bomb were to explode on the surface of the body, it would be hard to say how it would deal with a golden horned beast that had just stepped into the star level. After all, I've never heard of anyone doing such a thing. Babata was very excited too. Different from him, Luo Feng was in a state of anxiety and anticipation. Not just Luo Feng. At this moment, Hong, the god of thunder, and the other peak martial artists, as well as the leaders of various countries and the upper echelons of the military, were all watching nervously. The 11th one, this was the real deal. Success. Humanity had the confidence to survive this calamity. If he failed, then humanity would be plunged into a nightmare even more terrifying than the Grand Nirvana period. United States of America, General Headquarters. The dark-skinned president and his cabinet members were staring at the screen in front of them. The president held his daughter's hand tightly. "Dad, it will succeed. It will succeed," his daughter said. "We'll definitely succeed. We definitely will." The dark-skinned president held his breath. The entire room was filled with tension. Everyone stared at the blood-red battleship on the screen. It was currently flying towards the golden horned beast. China's wilderness. A large amount of troops were moving swiftly on the ground, and a disc-shaped battleship was circling in the sky. This was the southeast military base that had just retreated. Within the battleship, Commander Li Dowei stared at his tactical communications watch screen. "We'll definitely succeed. We definitely will," Li Dowei muttered to himself. His gaze was like a magnet that was attracted to the watch. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body couldn't help but slightly tremble. At this moment, Russia, India, Europe, and 23 headquarters cities were all watching this scene at the same time. Everyone was silently anticipating. In front of such a calamity, even the craziest people, those filled with ambition and evil, were all anticipating success this time. 30 more seconds until encounter with the swallowing monster. Hong and Thunder God stared at the screen in front of them, the AI's voice resounding in the room. 23 seconds. 22 seconds. During the countdown, Hong and Thunder God's gazes were as sharp as blades. almost cutting the screen in front of them. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, North Asia. Its entire body was as black as ink, with only a single golden horn with golden engravings piercing the sky. When the golden horned beast was flying, it swung its tail twice comfortably. So comfortable. When its tail came in contact with the atomic bomb and exploded, it caused its tail to go numb. Simultaneously, this part of its body swiftly absorbed the metal energy within. How? The swallowing monster discovered the 11th triangular battleship. This was a blood-red triangular battleship. The swallowing monster immediately let out a joyous cry that resounded throughout the land and skies. After all, in the golden horned beast's long life, it had only been born for a few short years. Right now, it could only be considered child. The swallowing monster opened its gigantic scaled wings. It flew over. He was about to touch it with his scaly belly to make it feel numb. It was very comfortable. Success. It must succeed. Kill it. God, protect humanity. It must succeed. At this moment, all of the elites of Earth were extremely nervous. Luo, Feng, Hong, and the others were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. When they saw that the swallowing monster actually didn't have a tail or claws, but instead used its belly to touch the hydrogen bomb, everyone had a suppressed excitement in their hearts. 2, 1. The final countdown resounded throughout the dojo of Limit's headquarters in Hong's room. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The golden horned beast's belly and the blood-red battleship instantly collided with each other at an astonishing speed, and about 10 meters before the collision, the atomic bomb in the blood-red battleship had already exploded. At the same time, the atomic bomb exploded. The 150 megaton hydrogen bomb, the most threatening weapon of Earth's humanity. The battleship self-destructed. The hydrogen bomb exploded. In front of this explosion that was who knows how many times stronger than before, the golden horned beast immediately retreated as if it was a conditioned reflex. Obviously, it realized the danger. However, the hydrogen bomb had already exploded on its belly. How could it make it in time to retreat? Boom, 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 boom. It exploded. At this moment, including Luo Feng, everyone's screen instantly turned white. China, Jiangnan headquarters city's main city area. At night, the streets were brightly lit. Look, north. It's so bright. In the distant northern horizon, a sun appeared. The sun was incomparably dazzling. It made many people on the streets dazed. Why is there a sun in the middle of the night? Oh my God. Many people on the streets were excitedly making calls, wanting to tell their friends and family, and some are even preparing to take pictures with their phones. There's no signal on my phone. What's going on? Why is the internet cut off? In a nearby internet cafe, a few youths rushed out. Wow, there's a sun in the middle of the night. It's a nuclear bomb, a nuclear bomb. It's definitely a nuclear bomb. The streets were completely boiling. At this moment, the entire China, the entire Soviet Union, Russia, and the European Union all saw the dazzling sun. The gigantic mushroom cloud made people even more dumbfounded, and more than half of the entire Earth's communication was cut off, and in China, the European Union, Russia, etc., only the high-level personnel who received special services could still communicate. Silence. All over the world, the leaders of each country, the upper echelons of the military, and the Star Traveler level fighters all stared at their screens, which were no longer dazzling. Only the billowing smoke and dust, that gigantic mushroom cloud, rushed up to 100 kilometers above the surface into the ionosphere. The number of monsters that died in an instant in the northern part of Asia reached an astronomical figure. A large number of monsters were instantly burned into nothingness by the high temperature, and even more were directly killed by the powerful shockwave. Did it succeed? Above the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and stared at his tactical communications watch nervously. The elites on Earth were all anxiously waiting, as if waiting for the verdict. The verdict was whether the entire human race lived or died. Northern part of Asia, far away in the billowing smoke and dust, a golden light fiercely rushed out and then stopped flying. Pitch black scales covered its entire body. Its neck, back, and other scales that extended to its tail had golden engravings, just like a black and gold armor. Its head was still held high, and that horn was still as sharp as ever. Only its abdomen actually had a huge wound that was over 10 m long. Fresh blood was flowing, and one could see thick and powerful muscles rapidly entangling, like entangling tree roots, and automatically repairing themselves. Howl! The golden-horned beast raised its head and let out an enraged howl. As noble as it was on this planet, it was actually injured. China, Kyoto headquarters city, headquarters. Looking at the screen, the scene of the swallowing monster raising its head and roaring furiously, and the huge wound on its abdomen. Everyone was stunned. A white-haired old man opened his eyes wide, his face filled with anxiety, anger, and unwillingness. Pooh! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and actually fell to the ground. Senior officer, someone immediately went to support him. However, the other leaders' faces were either pale, their bodies were trembling, or they couldn't believe it. No, this shouldn't have happened. Jai Yi, who was dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, stared at the screen. Despair. At this moment, of all the upper echelons on Earth, a small number of them directly died from cerebral hemorrhage, and some even had heart attacks. As for the others, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, no matter what skin color, what race, they were all filled with despair and unwillingness. The golden-horned beast was alive. This was equivalent to announcing the death penalty for the humans of Earth. P.S. Chapter 1 ends. Chapter 243. Luo Feng gritted his teeth as he stared at his tactical communications watch, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched so tight they made cracking sounds, the veins on the back of his hands popping out. If it was a star-level 1 human fighter, a 150 million-ton hydrogen bomb would have killed him long ago. The Golden Horn Beast is indeed the pinnacle bloodline of the space beasts. It's indeed a metal-devouring beast with shocking defense and attack. Babata 2 was shocked by the space beasts. The metal type, its scales defense was already very strong. Not to mention the Golden Horn Beast that swallowed and absorbed metal to grow. Its defense was simply too sick. Stop talking. Luo Feng roared angrily. Within the Wrist AI virtual space, Babata, who was lying on the sofa, was about to continue boasting and commenting on the Golden Horn Beast. However, after being scolded by Luo Feng, he was speechless. He actually dares to scold me. The demon Babata. Babata bared his teeth, revealing his fangs, muttering, "I am the great demon Babata. Back then, I killed a bunch of sector lords, and he actually scolded me. This punk is on the verge of going crazy from grief. Forget it. I'll be magnanimous and forgive him." Babata's logic was clear. He understood how much pain Luo Feng was in. However, he couldn't empathize. He had followed the Yin Mo planet master for tens of millions of years. An entire planet's race had been destroyed. He had seen it many times. Hence, he didn't feel anything. However, he knew Luo Feng was on the verge of going crazy. Or it could be said that the entire world's upper echelon elites were all on the verge of going crazy. They were all suppressing the madness within. Luo Feng couldn't care much. He immediately called home. "Little Feng, we saw the north side was very bright, almost like a sun. Your brother said only a nuclear explosion would make it so bright. Just what happened?" Luo Hongwa had just opened his mouth. Luo Feng immediately said, "Dad, Mom, immediately head to the second floor and enter the gravity room. If you want to know what's going on outside, bring my laptop in and go online to check. The other computers probably can't go online right now. Remember, before I return, don't come out of the gravity room." Oh. His family also realized the severity of the situation. However, they didn't know just how serious it was. After hanging up, Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the dark and endless ocean below. "Now I can only hope that I'll be able to find a weapon that can kill the Golden Horn Beast in one of the 3 great regions. Archaeological Ruin number 12. Go down." Luo Feng's gaze was like a cold, sharp blade. He stepped on the soaring shuttle and brought along a sharp wave of energy as he charged straight into the ocean. In the night, the dark seawater rippled slightly, boundless and boundless. A beam of light shot directly into the sea, and then continuously fell down. Luo Feng, the distance between the surface of the sea and the seabed is about 5,100 meters. And archaeological ruin number 12 is 3,300 meters below the seabed, Babata said. Understood. With Babata's navigation, even though he was surrounded by seawater, Luo Feng's route was still very accurate. A large number of sea monsters lived in this deep sea, although there were currently a large number of sea monsters that could attack inland along the river. Those that attacked were only a small portion of the entire sea monsters. After all, there were too many sea monsters. It should be known that humans were stronger than land monsters in terms of strength. So why did Hong still come forward to negotiate, instead of killing all the land monsters? Because, among the land monsters, there were king-tier monsters, but there might not be a beast emperor. However, there were only close to 1 million human fighters on Earth, and a level 3 rat tide would have millions of rat monsters, close to 10 million. A level 1 monster tide was measured in the hundreds of millions. The land monsters actually fought with humans. The monsters' reproductive abilities were too strong. With dozens of them in a nest, humans couldn't compare. No matter how strong Hong was, could he kill all the monsters on Earth? That's why peace was maintained. Even the land monsters forced humans to do this. In terms of numbers and species, the sea monsters far outnumbered the land monsters. Even if they blocked all the rivers inland, they would only be a small portion of the entire sea monsters. As he continued to dive deeper, Luo Feng also saw large amounts of sea monsters. Luo Feng, who became a beam of light, instantly killed all the sea monsters within a 100-meter radius. Fresh blood immediately dyed the surrounding water red. Kill. It was a simple kill. Luo Feng's intense anger, pain, and unwillingness to die. Killing these sea monsters was just a way to vent. After all, Luo Feng could imagine the terrifying scene of countless sea monsters killing their way inland and attacking the various headquarter cities. Who knows how many humans would die? Seabed. Luo Feng stepped on the seabed. The seabed was undulating, almost like a mountain range. The terrifying pressure of the water at a depth of around 5,000 m. After being greatly weakened by Luo Feng's cloud contact armor, it had already become very small. In terms of reducing impact, defense, etc., Luo Feng's cloud contact vine far surpassed the Black God set. Especially the initial nurturing, it allowed the cloud contact vine's life form to greatly increase. 3,300 m below, Luo Feng swiftly descended, piercing through the seabed rocks, continuously sinking. Babata, such a secret place. How did the countries of Earth discover these ruins? Luo Feng asked as he descended. Relying on Earth's technology, of course they couldn't. They relied on some interstellar battleship remains to search the entire Earth. Babata said, other than people like me who can isolate signals and disguise themselves, making it impossible for you to detect, the other ruins on Earth have all been discovered. Luo Feng, we're here, Babata said. Luo Feng immediately slowed down. Pung! As he broke through the rocks, he struck a hard object, causing his entire body to shake. Battleship remains? Luo Feng's spirit energy spread out, immediately covering an area of 500 m. In his mind, he quickly had a rough idea. This was an extremely large battleship, and Luo Feng's spirit energy could only observe a small part of this battleship wreckage. According to his observations, Luo Feng felt that it was even bigger than the one in the dojo of Limit's headquarters. Swiftly breaking through the rocks, through one of the holes in the already damaged battleship, he drilled in. TSK, Luo Feng, we've come to right time. We come to right time. Babata was excited. What's up? Luo Feng also discovered that the alloy walls of the passageways within the battleship had already started to rust and decay. This is the Space Fleet's mothership. Babata said, that means it's the entire fleet's commanding ship. Mothership? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I suspected it was a mothership back then, otherwise normal battleships wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Babata said, "This mothership's length is 16,000 m. Its width is 3,200 m. Its height is 800 m. Even though it's not the biggest battleship in the fleet, its defense is the strongest, its attack is the strongest." Luo Feng was excited too. Where are the weapons? Where's the desperate situation? This mothership itself wasn't the real archaeological ruin number 12. The real desperate situation was a secret cabin within the mothership. Wait a moment, let me search. Babata also had a detection method. He quickly scanned the entire mothership carefully. Luo Feng, as this mothership was damaged, it had no defensive capabilities. Many of the weapons within had long been dismantled. The ones that weren't dismantled have already decayed. There's nothing better to protect, Babata said. Now, hope lies in ancient ruin 12. Just follow this passageway, straight ahead. The core of archaeological ruin number 12 was a secret cabin within the mothership. While walking within the huge battleship remains, Luo Feng, the leaders of the various countries have gathered in the War God Palace's meeting room. Babata suddenly said. Luo Feng's heart tightened. Right now, Earth was in an unprecedented crisis. Even their strongest weapon, the hydrogen bomb, had been used. And after this, the golden-horned beast definitely wouldn't give humanity another chance. They've decided the entire world's countries will be under military control and will begin the human inheritance plan. Babata said. What? Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Military control, representing the large headquarters cities, stock exchanges, supermarkets, etc., all shut down. Where people live, what they do, what they eat. It was all controlled by the military. Food was provided by the military. Where people live, when to escape, everything was according to plan. Military control, it was obvious that it was the worst possible time. As for the human inheritance plan, obviously the various countries had silently agreed that this war would be lost, and the current war was only to ensure that more people could survive in the future. One could only imagine how many people would die in this war. The number of people that could actually survive would be very, very few. Even if they did survive, they would still be in danger. Quick, find the strongest weapon and kill the golden horned beast. Luo Feng continued to head towards archaeological ruin number 12. After a while, in a secret cabin, there was a disc-shaped ship with a diameter of about 100 m parked. The entire ship was completely black, even though it had been parked here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The ship's body had very little corrosion. On the black ship's body, there was actually a huge winged dragon engraving. The ship representing archaeological ruin number 12. Is this it? Luo Feng was below the ship, looking up at the ship before him. This black disc-shaped ship, after so many years, the various countries of Earth had thought of ways to get it. Because of this ship, many people had died. Even councilman powerhouses had fallen here. Until now, it was still completely unharmed. Haha, so it's actually this. Back then the Master destroyed an interstellar fleet in one move. Looks like within this mothership, there's a huge figure. He's actually able to afford the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model ship. No wonder no one from Earth has been able to enter. This X-81 model ship is one of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's famous exploratory ships. Babata was extremely excited. Luo Feng knew. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire, that was a powerful empire that ruled over the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Even the Silver Blue Empire was only one of its over 500 subordinate countries. Luo Feng, there's hope. This X-81 model ship's construction costs is much more expensive than the entire mothership, the X-81 model ship's standard weapon. Even killing a star level 7 or 8 has hope. Babata was very excited too. I didn't expect this mothership actually has a figure that can afford the X-81. P.S. Chapter 2 has ended. There's still Chapter 3. Chapter 244. There's hope of killing a star, level 7 or 8. Luo Feng was shocked. This year, he had learned quite a bit in the virtual space. Luo Feng also understood a universe-level warrior was able to fight with an interstellar fleet. A star level 7 or 8 was over 100 times stronger than a star-level one, very close to the universe level. That was an absolute warrior. Even an interstellar fleet would have a hard time killing one, much less an adventure ship. This is the Black Dragon Mountain, the X-81 model, Babata said. In the Black Dragon Mountain star fields, 8,000 over galaxies, countless planets. These are all very powerful adventure ships. Usually only universe-level warriors or those with a strong background can afford them. A ship used by universe-level warriors, with a weapon that has hope of killing a star level 7 or 8. Is that weird? What's more, I only said there's hope. The powerful warriors wouldn't be so stupid as to place themselves in danger. Luo Feng couldn't help but carefully look at the ship before him. Pure black, disc-shaped. With this X-81, the demon Babata, wouldn't have to work so hard to build a ship from start to finish. As long as I hack into the X-81's AI system and completely control it. Then, I'll modify this X-81 adventure ship a little. Luo Feng, you'll be able to ride it and adventure in the universe. Babata was very excited. Building something from scratch. How could it compare to the convenience of having something already made? Oh, Luo Feng nodded. And Luo Feng, even if I build it, I won't be able to do better than it. Its workmanship is very high, and the main material used for the entire ship's body is a metal called black yttrium. The broken pieces you gave me are far from comparable to this black yttrium metal. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how powerful I am, with such poor materials, I can only build a normal universe ship. It can't be this good. This X-81, made of black yttrium metal, even a universe-level warrior would have to expend a lot of energy to destroy it. Babata complimented, most universe-level warriors, when they ride ships, are only of this grade. No matter how expensive it is, even a universe-level warrior would feel heartache. Luo Feng nodded. This ship was for a universe-level warrior, and the Unimo planet ship was for an undying warrior, the master of Unimo planet. It was a pity it was broken. If it wasn't broken, riding the Unimo planet ship with just one dive will be enough to slice the Golden Horn Beast. After all, it was a terrifying ship that could easily slice a planet. Babata said, all the countries on Earth, in order to enter this X-81 adventure spaceship, have suffered countless deaths and injuries, but you can't even enter the hatch. Babata, how do I enter? Luo Feng asked. According to the documents Hong had given him, the most difficult part of ancient ruin number 12 was the entrance passage. After opening the cabin door, there was an entrance passage. At the end of this passageway was the airship gate. However, many people from various countries on Earth had died on this passageway. Even Hong and God of Thunder couldn't open the spaceship gate. I'm extremely clear on the X-81 ship's construction. Planet ship. Star Dragon, Dragon Inn, Star Dragon 1. 1 is the X-81 Star Dragon levels. The of light shooting out from. Star level. Tion, star level of star level. Star Warrior. Earth's representatives, Star Traveler level 1 or 2. Even if they wear Black God sets to weaken the attacks, they will still die. Only Hong and Thunder God, wearing Black God sets, they can do it. Luo Feng listened carefully. Lasers are a very powerful weapon. You Earthlings, if you put more effort into laser research, you may have even higher achievements. Babata evaluated. Very powerful. Luo Feng rarely heard Babata praise him. Of course it's powerful. Babata continued. From a theoretical point of view, if the light continues to gather, its strength will increase, causing its power to increase. In theory, the laser's power can increase infinitely. Of course, there are many difficulties. However, the laser weapons of the higher civilizations are something even sector lords have to be careful of. Of course, this laser path can't be that powerful. Babata said, what you need to do now is to charge through the laser path and open the door. Once the laser path passes, it'll be done. But opening the door is very difficult. Your head Hong and the one called Thunder God. Honestly, Thunder God's name pisses me off. Within the wrist virtual space, Babata snorted, the two of them have no way of opening the door. This mechanical door, to be able to lift it, one has to be a star level 3 or 4 fighter to be able to move it. Star level 3 or 4? Luo Feng shook his head. He definitely wouldn't be able to move it. The difference was too huge. Can you break it from the front? Use that shard, Luo Feng said. The door's material is black yttrium metal. To break it from the front? I've said it before, even a universe-level warrior would have to spend a lot of energy. The hybrid copper essence shard is powerful, but your strength. Babata said, all right, what you need to do is insert this toy into the gap below the door. Asterisk, 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 asterisk in front of Luo Feng. A peculiar tool appeared. At first glance, it looked like an axe. The axe's blade was extremely thin, and this extremely thin axe's length was about 3 m. Its width exceeded 1 m. It was a very peculiar tool. Just insert that extremely thin side into the gap between the door and the ground, that'll do. Babata said. All right. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately, the cloud contact vine's leaves swiftly extended, the cloud contact armor completely protecting Luo Feng's entire body. Following the dust-filled ground, he walked towards the ship. Cabin door. Luo Feng floated in front of the cabin door, both his hands grabbing the gap, fiercely exerting force. Open. Voila! The cabin door opened, revealing a 30 m long pathway. The entire pathway's sides were filled with densely packed holes. It wasn't glass like Luo Feng had imagined. A laser pathway? Luo Feng took a deep breath. The soaring shuttle automatically transformed into the mountain shield, protecting his body. So, he fiercely rushed forward. Xiao! 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 Immediately, beams of white light lit up, piercing through the entire pathway. There were even some lasers, as though they had sensed Luo Feng. The holes slightly turned and actually shot towards Luo Feng. The speed of the lasers was 300,000 kilometers per second. Even the golden horned beast couldn't dodge in time, much less Luo Feng. Rumble. A portion of the lasers hit the mountain shield, and the mountain shield smashed onto Luo Feng's body. There were also lasers that shot onto Luo Feng's body. At the same time, over 10 lasers hit. Within the pathway, Luo Feng, who was originally rushing forward, was blown back even faster. On the ground, Luo Feng brushed against the ground for 10 m before crashing into the metal walls of the mothership. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Babata couldn't help but shout. Rush in, I'll stick this tool into the gap between the door and the ground. Didn't you say so? Luo Feng rubbed his chest. If I don't rush in, do I have to use my spirit energy to control this tool? I'm afraid the moment I enter, it'll be destroyed by the lasers. Luo Feng was very confident in the cloud contact vine. The first time he nurtured it, it was already very strong, after which it ate the Muya crystals. Until now, the cloud contact vine strength was around the Star Traveler level 7 or 8. If the cloud contact vine fought Luo Feng, unless Luo Feng used the hybrid copper essence shard, he wouldn't be its match. Because the cloud contact vine's defense was strong, Luo Feng dared to rush in. No problem, this tool won't break so easily. Babata said, I'll use my spirit energy to control it. Then that's easy. Luo Feng heard Babata's words. He wasn't worried about the tool breaking. After all, it was a laser that could kill a Star Traveler. Once again entering the cabin door, Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control this hatchet-like tool. 19 threads of extremely tough spirit energy wrapped around the hatchet tool. Xiao! The axe became a beam of light. Pa! A white laser shot out, and the axe was directly smashed outside. It's really not broken? Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the axe. The laser is too fast. What should I do? Luo Feng's gaze swept, making up his mind. Mountain shield. The soaring shuttle split into 365 blades, swiftly forming the mountain shield. The mountain shield covered the axe, sticking close to the ground. Go! Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Xiao! The mountain shield and the axe below it flew like lightning, sticking close to the ground. At the same time, The laser shot over. Pung. The laser hit the mountain shield. Disperse. The mountain shield actually broke apart, becoming 365 blades. With so many blades, immediately a large amount of laser shot towards the blades, and the axe that stuck close to the ground like lightning stuck close to the ground and pierced through. There was definitely a very small gap between the black yttrium sluice gate and the ground. Chi. The ultra-thin blade of the axe was forcefully inserted into it. Hoo. The axe let out a strange sound. The black yttrium sluice gate was actually slowly being pushed up. Under the sluice gate was the axe. The originally extremely thin blade actually split into 2 layers, the top layer continuously pushing upwards. The entire sluice gate was constantly being pushed open. This scene made Luo Feng dumbstruck. Babada, you said this sluice gate can only be opened by a star level 3 or 4. Luo Feng was shocked. Why don't you take a look at what I'm using? This is the monumental power push. Oh, in the universe language, it's called triple X. Babada said, it's similar to what you humans call a jack. You have to know, repairing a universe ship requires many tools. Well, I built a ship before, I naturally got many tools. The monumental power push is one of them. For example, if the ship breaks down, it's stuck somewhere. If the fighters can't move it, what do? We just have to rely on the monumental power push. Babada said proudly. This monumental power push's technical requirements are extremely high. Luo Feng realized. Luo Feng, why aren't you rushing in? Babada said. Luo Feng looked at the end of the laser tunnel. The sluice gate had already been pushed up a full meter. The universe ship repair tool, the monumental power push, was still pushing the sluice gate up. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Tomorrow, November 20th, Saturday. Chapter 245. The black metal passageway was covered in dust, and the laser shots from before only left some marks on the floor. Hoo. The huge force was slowly but firmly pushing against the door. On the other side of the passageway, Luo Feng's cloud contact armor swiftly covered his entire body. Even his head was completely covered. At first glance, Luo Feng looked like a blood-red statue. Charge! Luo Feng fiercely pounced forward, sticking close to the ground and charging in. The soaring shuttle on top of his body immediately transformed into the mountain shield. Xiao! Beams of eye-piercing lasers immediately shot toward the mountain shield and Luo Feng. The moment the mountain shield was shot, under Luo Feng's control, it immediately broke into 365 blades. Large amounts of blades flew about, causing the laser sensors to immediately determine their targets. More lasers lit up, shooting towards the blades. Luo Feng himself was taken care of by 2 of the lasers. Pong! Luo Feng's entire body was hit by the lasers, smashing into the ground, after which he was hit by the lasers from the side and moved to the left. In an instant, Luo Feng was like a ping-pong ball, being hit by the lasers and moving irregularly. However, he was desperately controlling his spirit energy, making himself move forward. Forward. So, Luo Feng moved from below the gate, brushing against the ground and entering the ship. I'm finally in. Luo Feng felt his entire body aching. Simultaneously, he felt the cloud contact, Vine's grievances, almost as though it was constantly being hit by the lasers. It felt wronged. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Stop acting at most. I'll give you more food when we get back. The cloud contact armor's blood red glowed, almost as though it was excited. Chua! The huge force suddenly disappeared. The gate once again fell, rumbling and smashing into the metal floor. Huge force, I've put it away. Babada said. Luo Feng looked around. He was currently in a wide straight path. Babada, where to now? This pitch-black path, Luo Feng didn't know what dangers awaited him. Luo Feng, we've already entered the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship. Relax, there's no danger now. Babada said, let's go. Hurry to the command room and insert the signal device into the ship's AI interface. Only by connecting with the ship's AI can I think of a way to break through its AI defenses and control it. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. At the same time, something that looked like a memory card suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Feng extended his hand and grabbed it. Just insert the golden end into the socket. Let's go to the command room, Babata said. Lead the way. Luo Feng ordered. Left. Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng swiftly advanced in the Black Dragon ship, ******* Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model ship's command room. It was pitch black. When Luo Feng brushed against the ground and passed through the door, the moment he entered the ship, ding, the spacious command room was instantly lit up. A man in a military uniform was sitting calmly in the middle of the room. Behind him stood 3 men in black uniforms. The man in military uniform and his 3 subordinates in black uniforms were all motionless. Then the control screen in front of the command room lit up. XXXX. A large amount of universe language words appeared on the screen. The translation was, Human Star Traveler Spirit Reader has intruded. Threat level weak. Kill him. And in the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship, at the bottom level of the ship, a sealed room suddenly lit up. In this sealed room, 3 metal robots stood motionless. These 3 robots were all 2M tall. Their bodies were completely black and their eyes were red crystals. Ding! The moment the ship's AI system transmitted the numbers, the 3 robots' red crystal eyes all lit up. The energy within their bodies swiftly revolved. Simultaneously, the sealed room's door automatically opened, after which the 3 robots followed the order and became 3 beams of light shooting out of the room. Following the bottom-level passageway, they quickly reached the middle-level passageway. Luo Feng was currently on the stairs between the middle-level passageway and the upper-level passageway. Luo Feng swiftly followed the stairs and arrived at the upper-level passageway. Luo Feng, there are 3 metal robots swiftly rushing over. Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. He immediately retreated, leaving a buffer distance. Staring at the stairs before him, Luo Feng's legs felt a slight tremor from below. That was the tremor from running at high speed. Babata, didn't you say there's no danger in this ship? This ship has been submerged for over 800,000 years. It's actually able to maintain the robot all this time, allowing it to still be used. It's really awesome. Babata couldn't help but say, the owner of this ship must have left a large amount of energy in the storage room back then. That's why this ship can last until today. Luo Feng didn't have time to argue with Babata, because the metal robot was about to arrive. Rumble. A black beam of light followed the stairs and fiercely rushed up the passageway. Luo Feng could clearly see the metal robot. Its entire body was made of black metal, and its eyes glowed red, and its fists were very uncoordinated compared to its body size, because its fists were too big, almost like 2 heavy hammers. Break! The soaring shuttle in front of Luo Feng had long transformed into a mountain drill. The moment the robot rushed up, the mountain drill lit up with 18 golden beams of light. They swiftly revolved and gathered at the tip of the mountain drill. Ong! The mountain drill brought with it an ear-piercing sound. It immediately smashed into the metal robot's chest. As of now, Luo Feng was a Star Traveler Level 3 Spirit Reader. The soaring shuttle had reached the 2nd level of the 9 levels of the 3 Great Realms. At the same time, 18 spirit energies were activated. Even Hong and Thunder God would be injured if they took such a blow. Pong! The metal robot flew backwards and smashed into the wall beside the staircase. So, the other 2 robots rushed up too. Rumble! A heavy punch arrived in front of Luo Feng like lightning. The mountain drill had just smashed 1 robot away. It didn't have the time to attack a second time. So fast. Luo Feng was shocked. It's much faster than my flying speed. At the same time, a long whip strangely appeared in Luo Feng's right hand. It became a curved line and fiercely smashed into the metal robot's head. Pah! While the metal robot was being smashed, its fist still smashed into Luo Feng's body. Large amounts of vines and leaves appeared on Luo Feng's body, layer after layer. So, Luo Feng flew backwards from the punch. As he flew backwards, Luo Feng's gaze was cold. A blood-red shard appeared in front of him. The edges of this shard were extremely sharp. Hybrid copper essence shard decapitate. Immediately, 19 extremely tenacious spirit energy wrapped around the blood-red shard like 19 tentacles. In an instant, the 19 spirit energies exploded with the strongest driving force. This caused the shard's speed to explode, and its extremely sharp and thin edges made its air resistance shockingly low. This driving force exceeded the air resistance. Naturally, it continued to accelerate. Xiao! The blood-red shard's speed was shocking. It immediately sliced toward the neck of the third metal robot. It was about to slice off its head. Ka! An ear-piercing sound resounded. The metal robot's neck actually produced sparks. The shockingly fast hybrid copper essence shard was immediately repelled. That metal robot was hit by this powerful force. It couldn't help but fly backwards. However, Luo Feng opened his eyes wide. He could clearly see that metal robot's neck only had a mark on it. It didn't even have a single wound. So. The three robots became three beams of light and rushed forward again. Three pairs of red crystal eyes were emotionless. Babata, what the hell are these robots playing at? Luo Feng shouted within. He had no more tricks up his sleeves. Even his trump card, the hybrid copper essence shard, didn't have any effect. One had to know that in Luo Feng's estimation, relying on the mountain drill, he might be able to fight against a Star Traveler level 7 or 8. However, the moment he relied on the hybrid copper essence shard that even an Undying would find hard to destroy, he might have a chance to harm a Star level 1 warrior. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent stood there without moving and let him hit him. Babata, what do we do now? Luo Feng asked. Don't rush. I'm working hard. Babata said. You're working hard? Luo Feng couldn't care less. He turned and ran. However, his speed wasn't as fast as the three metal robots. Hence, Luo Feng extended two long vines from both his hands. Seeing the metal robot chase after him, he gave it a whip. Relying on this method, he made the opponent slow down. Not good. I've reached the end. Luo Feng's spirit energy clearly discovered that there was nowhere left to run. Luo Feng was shocked. His spirit energy clearly discovered that the three metal robots behind him had all landed and were standing there motionlessly. Luo Feng turned his head to look, only to see the three black metal robots not moving at all. Luo Feng, these three robots are already under my control. Babata said. Control? Luo Feng was shocked. These metal robots are controlled by the ship's AI system through wireless signals. Since it's a wireless signal, as long as the security level isn't high enough, I can break it. When you were fighting with them earlier, I was swiftly working hard to break it. Just now, I've already completely controlled these three robots. Babata was extremely proud. The robots aren't actually that big of a threat. It's just that their entire bodies are made of metal. These three are made of black yttrium. If you want to break them, it'll be very hard. Black yttrium. Even a universe-level warrior would have to spend quite a bit of energy to break it. The advantage of the metal robots is that they can be made from extremely hard metals. However, they have too many weaknesses. For example, these three, they don't have their own AI. Hence, the method to attack you is very simple. Otherwise, as long as their AI is higher, with the three of them working together, even though it'll be hard to kill you with the cloud contact vine, it won't be hard to capture you. Babata said. All right, enter the control room. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He walked forward. Behind him, the three metal robots obediently followed. Luo Feng suddenly looked ahead. There was an exquisitely carved silver door. We've reached the control room. Babata said. P.S. Chapter 1 is here. Chapter 246. Acquiring the three metal robots. Luo Feng didn't seem too happy, because right now he only had one thought, to find a powerful weapon to kill the golden horned beast. This concerned the survival of the entire human race on Earth. Creak! Luo Feng used a bit of strength and pushed open the silver door. Ever since the spaceship sank, The door had never been opened again. The moment Luo Feng opened it, the command room and the outside world formed a weak flow of air. That luxurious command room naturally had a light breeze blowing past. The command room was bright and spacious. A soldier sat in the middle of the chair, and behind him stood 3 black uniform guards. Seeing that there were people in the command room, Luo Feng was slightly shocked. Who? A light breeze blew past. The soldier sitting on the chair was like dust, immediately turning into powder. Even his uniform was turned into powder. Just like that, his entire body turned into a pile of dust, which flowed down from the chair onto the ground. The 3 uniformed guards behind him were blown by the wind. Their black uniforms slightly shook, breaking into pieces and falling to the ground. Some pieces of clothing still hung on their bodies. At the same time, it revealed the skin of these 3 people. One of them was a woman. Luo Feng could even see her naked appearance. This, Babata, didn't you say this ship sank for over 800,000 years? What happened to these 3 people? Luo Feng's spirit energy sensed that these 3 people had no signs of life. They were obviously dead. However, they didn't decay. Could they be undying beings? How could that be? That dead soldier sitting on the chair, was indeed a big figure. These 3 guards aren't actually humans. They're a special product called liquid silver guards. Babata exclaimed, "These liquid silver guards, their main material is liquid silver, which is even more valuable than black yttrium. It has an AI system. Normally, they're just like real people. They can speak and do things, etc. Also, because their bodies are made of liquid silver, their bodies are like water. Even if a strong warrior punches them, they can easily deflect the impact. That's why they're extremely good bodyguards. For example, if they encounter an assassination, they can completely use their bodies to block it. Even though their killing power isn't that strong, if they're caught by them, even a universe-level warrior would have to spend some time to escape. They're the best bodyguards." Babata said, "However, these liquid silver guards are different from robots. The liquid silver guards only obeyed the orders of their master. Second, they need energy to maintain their daily lives. To them, energy is like a human's life force. More than 800,000 years, their energy has long been depleted." Babata said, "Even if it wasn't depleted, the ship's AI would not be able to command the liquid silver protectors." Luo Feng nodded. Looking at the control panel beside him, a jade-haired girl's head appeared on the screen, staring at Luo Feng. XXX. The universe language resounded in the command room. "You want me to leave?" Luo Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Over this year, under Babata's guidance, even though speaking the universe common language was a little strenuous, often having to translate the universe common language in Chinese in his mind, then thinking about how to reply, at least it didn't sound like much of a problem. Luo Feng, insert the signal device into the control board's left side, into the green slot. Babata said, "Ignore the ship's AI bullshit. AIs, no matter how smart they were still just AIs. If he couldn't control his weapon, it wouldn't be lethal at all. Now, it's a woman who's been stripped naked and tied up within the wrist AI virtual space." Babata sighed and shook his head. "Next, I'm going to ravage her, Gaga." Saying that, he revealed his pair of sharp teeth. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly, immediately inserting the signal device into the green slot. Do. The entire command room immediately resounded with an ear-piercing alarm. The control panel screen swiftly displayed a large amount of words. "Haha, watch me, Luo Feng. This AI system is not bad. However, if we take her down within 30 minutes, this black dragon ship will be ours." Babata immediately began to use all his strength to invade, and the ship's AI system naturally resisted. "Proceed with defense. Warning, system is under attack." The universe language resounded. "Please enter your password within 30 seconds. Otherwise, self-destruct will be initiated." 30, 29, 28. The moment the sound resounded, Luo Feng's expression changed. "Damn, self-destruct? Luo Feng, this is trouble. This ship's master is too much of a bastard. He actually set the AI system to self-destruct if it's attacked. Babata was obviously panicking. What do we do now? Do we have any ideas? Luo Feng asked. 30 seconds, even the universe's strongest AI can't take down this AI system in 30 seconds. Babata was panicking too. I don't know any bullshit password either. It's over. She wanted to destroy this AI system. I didn't expect her to be unable to resist and actually kill herself. It's over, it's over. Babata was helpless. Luo Feng couldn't help but rage. Babata, don't use such a tone at this time. Quickly think of a way. What should we do? Within the wrist AI space, Babata's blood-red eyes stared wide open. Blinking a few times, he realized. Luo Feng was furious. Indeed, Luo Feng was extremely anxious. Where would he find the time to joke around with Babata? 20, 19, 18. The sound resounded. The control panel screen displayed a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Luo Feng was extremely anxious. There's no other way. Babata's helpless voice resounded in his mind. Chi-chi, the entire control panel emitted an ear-piercing sound. Large amounts of words madly floated up on the screen. Even the large amounts of buttons on the control panel actually had sparks. 5, 4. The control panel's voice became dry, stuttering. Do. The entire ship resounded with an ear-piercing alarm. Not only was the control panel emitting sparks, even the ceiling and some of the passageways, many places in the ship were emitting a chi-chi sound, emitting sparks and such, as though it was about to explode. Babata, what are you doing? Luo Feng asked. Pung. A sound like a light bulb exploding resounded. The control panel screen turned pitch black. Even the lights in the control room immediately went out, enveloped in darkness. Luo Feng, I can only do this. Babata's voice resounded in his mind once again. What did you do? Luo Feng asked. This Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship was set by its original owner. If there's an external signal attempting to attack the AI system, it will activate its self-destruct sequence, unless the password is entered within 30 seconds. And attacking within 30 seconds is impossible. Hence, there's only one way: to use an overwhelming amount of energy to instantly destroy the ship's AI system. Barbaric destruction. The result would be the entire ship's control system being damaged. Many of the transmission systems could be burnt. Babata said helplessly. However, if we don't barbaric destruction, the result would be the ship activating its self-destruct system. With a pung, it would explode. And Luo Feng, you need the ship's weapons. I can only do this. Babata explained. Luo Feng immediately understood. At the start, Babata wanted to use a gentle method to attack and control the ship's AI system. It was a pity the conditions didn't allow it. And to prevent the ship from exploding, this was the only way. Babata, thank you, Luo Feng said. Within the wrist virtual space, dressed in a black robe, the dispirited Babata was obviously a little sad from this failure. He had patted his chest loudly before, but the result was a result that couldn't even be considered as a win. Babata, thank you. Luo Feng's voice resounded. Babata was stunned. Thank you? The dispirited Babata raised his eyebrows, smiling, revealing his cute fangs, laughing. No need to thank me, Luo Feng. I'm powerful, right? This barbaric destruction also depends on strength. My AI level far exceeds it. In an instant, I can control a large amount of energy, making it unable to react and then collapse. Luo Feng turned to look at the 3 liquid silver guards and the powder left behind by the soldier, along with his belongings. Luo Feng, back then the master, because of the close to 1,000 light years around Earth, there were many races with good potential, hence he made this part of his territory. Back then, this place belonged to the Silver Blue Empire. Hence, the master slightly displayed his might. With a spirit energy attack, he destroyed the souls of a huge interstellar fleet soldiers, causing the fleet to crash into many planets. Babata said, the master of this Black Dragon ship should be a big figure in this fleet. To be able to afford the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, and the liquid silver guards, he must have some status in the Milky Way galaxy. Babata evaluated. His belongings must be good, take them. Luo Feng nodded. Also, the liquid silver guards have used up all their energy. I'm not sure if the crystals in my storage are enough. I'll take these 3 liquid silver guards, repair them, and see if they can be used again. Babata said. At the same time, the 3 liquid silver guards disappeared from their original positions. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The dead officer's ring, weapon, and other belongings were immediately kept. Once again using the Herculean push to push the door open, after which he easily walked through the laser tunnel and walked out. Babata, when will the weapons on this ship be ready? Luo Feng asked. This Black Dragon ship's AI and control systems are damaged, but the weapons, etc., are unaffected. However, after tens of thousands of years, even with the 3 robots maintaining the ship, I think the weapons still have some small problems. Don't worry, I've roughly checked. Creating a weapon that can kill a star level 6 or 7 is still possible. As for the time, I can't be sure, probably 1 or 2 days. The black disc-shaped ship before him immediately disappeared. I'll keep the ship. I'll begin repairing the weapons now. Babata said. I'll have to trouble you, Babata. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. It's a small matter, a small matter. Babata said. Oh, right, when we go out, I'll store the remains of the mother ship. The mother ship size was much, much bigger than a ship. Babata's storage tool was indeed much bigger than Luo Feng's storage ring. So, Luo Feng swiftly followed the mother ship's tunnel outwards. He was worried about his family, and he didn't know how the situation with the swallowing monster and the countries had developed. When he was attacked by the hydrogen bomb, what did the enraged golden horned beast do? Luo Feng was filled with unease and anxiety. Using his fastest speed, he swiftly left the seabed and rushed out of the sea, stepping on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light, and swiftly flying towards the Asian continent's Huaxia country. P.S. 2 chapters completed. The first was a little late. Hence, 3 chapters tomorrow. 3 chapters tomorrow. HM. At the same time, Tomato also asked for monthly votes. Monthly votes. Does anyone have them? It's the end of the month. There should be some. Chapter 247. Yangzhou City. One of the 8 guard cities of the Jiangnan headquarters city. The entire Yangzhou city was in a state of madness. Screams of pain and agony echoed in the night sky. Some skyscrapers were broken in half, while others were set ablaze. It was as if the entire city was on the verge of destruction. Mingyue District. A disc-shaped fighter jet had already landed on the grass patch. 3 Special Forces soldiers jumped down from it, like a gust of wind, swiftly rushing into Luo Feng's house. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 swiftly rushed up to the 2nd floor of Luo Feng's house. 2nd floor. Within the gravity room, there were beds, sofas, computers, etc. Luo Feng's parents, Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, his brother Luo Hua, his girlfriend Jianan, and her parents, and Su Xian. They all stayed within the gravity room. Luckily, the room was 6m long and 6m wide. Such a large space was enough for a group of people to stay in. Jianan's parents had been called by Luo Hua to invite them over after Jianan had been anxious about it. Mr. Luo Honghua, please leave the gravity room and follow us quickly. It's not safe for you here. The 3 soldiers stood outside the gravity room. The leader said anxiously, the buildings on the ground can become the swallowing monster's target at any time. The leader has already ordered us to come and fetch Mr. Luo Feng and his family. Time is tight. Hurry up. I've already told you on the phone I won't leave. We won't leave. The few of you, it's best if you leave. I'll wait for my brother to return. Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and Luo Hua all said. The 3 soldiers outside were helpless. Suddenly, the leader's tactical communications watch vibrated. He looked down, and his expression changed. Leader's call. He immediately answered. Leader, Representative Luo's family refuses to leave. The leader reported. Yes, yes. The soldiers stood straight and replied, ending the call. Mr. Luo Honghua, we've just contacted Representative Luo. He'll be here soon. The leader said towards the gravity room. Luo Feng's family were all shocked and overjoyed. Luo Feng was coming back. Tonight was indeed a nightmare. They had been worried about Luo Feng in the gravity room. Retreat. The leader waved his hand. Immediately the three soldiers swiftly left. Above the Asian continent, in the dark night, a beam of light swiftly tore through the skies. Luo Feng was dressed in the cloud contact armor and standing on the soaring shuttle. In his right hand was a curved shield. This was the weapon his dead teacher had prepared for him back on the Yun Mo planet ship. The arc cutter blade, the arc cutter disc, and the soaring shuttle were on the same level. One was better at escaping. One was stronger in terms of attack. Actually, regarding the use of the spirit weapon, Luo Feng had already understood it by now. Back then, when he had just been able to control 18 strands of mind power, he tried to activate the second level of the soaring shuttle's mountain drill, but he failed countless times. It was because his control of telekinesis was too rough and weak. And after going through the training of the 9 secrets of control, Luo Feng's foundation was very solid. He only needed to try 2 or 3 times before he could use these 2 weapons. Luo Feng, how come I couldn't get through to you before? I went to the archaeological ruins before. Maybe the signal was cut off. While flying, Luo Feng was talking to Jia Yi. How's it going now? What do you think? After the swallowing monster was heavily injured, it was enraged to the point of madness. After destroying Asia's China, India, and many other headquarter cities' war bases, it's now even crazily attacking the human cities to vent its anger. Jia Yi said anxiously, right? Your Yangzhou city has been affected too. What? Luo Feng panicked. Your Mingyue district hasn't been affected. The entire Yangzhou city has been hit by a total of 12 golden lights. It's considered quite serious. Jia Yi said. Luo Feng was even more anxious. Luckily, Yangzhou city was already very close to the east coast. Luo Feng quickly flew to the skies above Yangzhou city. My God! Looking down from above, Luo Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The entire Yangzhou city was filled with screams and cries. It was a city with close to 10 million people. At this moment, there were 12 places with deep craters, and the surrounding skyscrapers and districts were all in flames. The buildings were collapsing. It was as though they had been hit by over 1,000 tons of TNT. In these 12 places, large numbers of soldiers and police were gathered. Many lucky survivors were crying. Bastard! Luo Feng cursed within. Luckily, it's just venting. It's venting on all of the human cities. Babada's voice resounded in his mind. If it were to specifically attack Yangzhou city, destroying the entire city would be a piece of cake. Luo Feng naturally understood this. Throwing out 12 golden lights to the golden horned beast was indeed a very normal attack. Maybe from the golden horned beast point of view, these citadels were just small cities. The main city was the big one. It wasn't worth spending too much energy on a small city. Luo Feng swiftly rushed towards the Mingyue district, entering the second floor through his own window. The gravity room's metal door automatically opened. There were a total of 7 people in the room. Brother. Luo Hua was the first to stand up from his chair in front of the computer. Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan carefully looked at Luo Feng, seeing that he didn't have any external injuries. Only then did they relax. Beside them, Zhennan's parents nodded and smiled, but it was obvious their faces were pale. When we entered the gravity room earlier, after the metal door closed, we couldn't open it no matter what. Luo Hua said. It was programmed by me. Luo Feng said directly. Compared to the government's defenses, Luo Feng trusted the gravity room's sturdiness more. Within the gravity room, even Hong could barely leave a small mark. That golden horned beast. Even if a golden light struck the gravity room, it wouldn't be able to damage it. Su Exine. Luo Feng naturally held Su Exine's hand. Her hand was cold, her face pale too. Luo Feng, look. Su Exine turned the computer screen over. Luo Feng looked down. On the screen were large amounts of videos and photos. One of the photos at the top was the scene of the skyscraper burning. The swallowing beast is wreaking havoc all over the world. It was wreaking havoc in Asia before, Now it's gone to Africa. Looking at its speed, I reckon it'll be heading to Europe soon. Su Xian said. How many casualties have we suffered in China? Luo Feng asked. Not sure. Su Xian shook her head. Beside, Luo Hua said, Brother, according to the satellite images and videos, the number of casualties in the 6 headquarters cities of China is estimated to be no less than 5 million. The moment he said that, the expressions of the other people in the gravity room all changed. Obviously, they were filled with grief and sorrow. A conservative estimate of 5 million. Luo Feng's heart sank. Millions of his fellow countrymen. The swallowing beast's main attacks are in the main city areas. The main city areas have more people than the citadels, and the density is higher too. Its frenzied attacks, hitting a few commercial skyscrapers, is still all right. Those skyscrapers are usually empty at night. However, hitting a few residential buildings, small districts. Luo Hua looked at the densely packed corpses on the screen, unable to continue. Beside his mother Gong Xian Lan, Su Xian, and Zhen Nan were all crying. It was too tragic. Luo Feng's expression was ashen. Golden Horn Beast. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. However, immediately after, he felt a wave of helplessness. The pinnacle bloodline of the universe, the space beast known for its savagery and savagery. The Golden Horn Beast, even though it had only reached the star level, to the humans of Earth, it was the end of the world. From birth till now, this was the first time the Golden Horn Beast had been injured. It was furious. Hence, it wanted to vent its anger. Hence, Asia, Africa, Europe, North America, South America, normal citadels, it would casually scatter a few or 10 beams of golden light as it flew past. However, in some of the larger cities, it would crazily vent its anger on a large area. Humans were as weak as ants, and the Golden Horn Beast was like a giant running to ant nest after ant nest, continuously stepping on groups of ants. The entire human race of Earth was trembling under the Golden Horn Beast's rage. Its revenge lasted for over 4 hours. In a South American city filled with screams and explosions, the Golden Horn Beast opened its huge scaled wings. The scales on its abdomen had already fully grown, without a single wound. It lowered its head and gazed at the city below, its cold eyes filled with madness after venting its anger, after which it suddenly raised its head. Woo! A loud and terrifying roar resounded. The roar caused the air to tremble, forming a visible shockwave, as though it was declaring its dignity and inviolability. Shio! After which, the golden-horned beast swiftly flew away into the ocean, resting at the bottom of the sea. This night, it had destroyed all of humanity's bases, suffered heavy losses, and finally crazily vented its anger. It had indeed used up a large amount of energy. It was tired and needed to rest. Yangzhou City's Mingyu district, Luo Feng's house. The television in the living room was broadcasting. China's #1 leader was giving a speech to the entire nation. My fellow countrymen, tonight, I am filled with unparalleled pain and sorrow. This is a calamity for humanity. We are fighting for our survival. In an instant, almost all of China's citizens were watching the live broadcast. Also, during the broadcast, there were large amounts of video feeds from the vice president. This scene wasn't just happening in China. It was happening in other countries around the world. All of the citizens of the world knew what had happened. A calamity even more terrifying than the Grand Nirvana period had arrived. Immediately, the citizens who were initially against the military saw the large amounts of people dying on the television, the large amounts of soldiers dying. Many of the youths volunteered to join the army. A large number of trained reserve soldiers went to sign up. Large amounts of fighters joined the army. Also, the television was broadcasting live from the countless rivers of the country, countless sea monsters slaughtering their way over. It was also broadcasting the battle between the army and the monsters. It was also broadcasting the situation in other countries around the world. Tragic. Humanity and monsters. This was a race war. For survival, Luo Feng watched the television, his heart heavy. Suddenly, Luo Feng's tactical communications watch vibrated. Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng. East of your Yangzhou city, there are 12 Emperor-level monsters that have just flown out of the ocean. 6 of them are heading towards the southeast military district. Please immediately send reinforcements. Immediately send reinforcements. Jiayi's voice was extremely anxious. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. From today onwards, explode. Please support me with your votes. Everyone has them. Chapter 248. Got it, Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng, at this time, I won't say much. I beg of you. Jiayi pleaded earnestly. In terms of power, the only ones capable of killing a group of Emperor-level monsters were Honghua, Thunder God, Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson, and a few others. After ending the call, Luo Feng turned to look at the others in the room. Luo Honghua and the others all looked at him. Be careful. Luo Honghua only said these 3 words. Luo Feng nodded. With a thought, who? 3 pure black metal robots suddenly appeared in the room. This scene shocked everyone in the room. XXXX. Luo Feng immediately gave the order, speaking in universe language. He ordered one of the robots to protect his family, the other 2 to prepare. The moment Yangzhou City was attacked, they would be responsible for defending. XX. The 3 metal robots responded. Even though their AI was very low, requiring humans to give precise instructions, however, they were still much stronger than the auto jets from before. Little Feng, brother. The group of people in the room looked shocked at Luo Feng. 3 robots? There were indeed robots on Earth now, but they were all very dumb. Dad, you guys immediately head upstairs. The moment you discover any danger, enter the gravity room, Luo Feng said. After giving the order, Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately flying out of the Mingyue district. The sky was already bright. The entire Yangzhou city was bustling with activity. Large numbers of youths wanting to join the army were blocking the streets. The army could be seen everywhere. High up in the sky, Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, swiftly flying towards the east. It's a pity those 3 robots are repair robots from a ship. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. In terms of killing power, I'm afraid they can't match up to you. Have the liquid silver guards been repaired? Luo Feng asked. What about the weapons? The liquid silver guards use C-grade energy crystals. However, they've been used up long ago. After tens of thousands of years, they need to be repaired. I estimate they'll be done within 3 days. As for the weapons, I've already dismantled the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's most powerful single-target weapon, the laser cannon. It's currently being repaired. Babata said, the required energy crystals, I've prepared them. Luo Feng relaxed. The laser cannon, according to Babata, was a weapon with great potential. In theory, its power could be close to limitless. Some of the rarest laser weapons in the legends of the universe could even threaten sector lords. How's the power? Luo Feng asked. It can kill a star level 6 human fighter. Babata said, star level 6 compared to star level 1, it's tens of times stronger. Even if it was a giant star beast, you won't be able to block that laser cannon. Luo Feng relaxed a bit when he heard the words absolutely unstoppable. Although Babata's temper was like a child's, he would not speak carelessly. But I need time, Babata said. The faster the better. Luo Feng said. If we rush, we'll probably need 28 to 30 hours, Babata said. Luo Feng pondered. 28 to 30 hours? It was only a little more than a day. In such a long time, China might have suffered great losses, but it shouldn't have reached the point where the city was destroyed. Unless that Devourer beast appeared, pray. He could only pray in his heart. Whoosh. Luo Feng's thoughts conversed with Babata. His flying speed didn't decrease at all, rushing towards the southeast military district. China's Kyoto headquarters city, headquarters. Many of the leaders were there, and the screen in the command center was playing 2 images of the satellite tracking. One was of 6 large and ferocious king-class monsters flying toward the southeast military region, and the other was of a youth in blood-red armor riding the soaring shuttle toward the southeast region. Luo Feng is already flying towards the southeast military district. Jiayi said. Immediately, broadcast this battle to the entire country. Beside him, China's #1 leader, a white-haired, skinny old man, ordered, "Old Zhou." Jia, he looked shocked at the old man. The old man, named Zhou, said solemnly, "Jia, you said before, there are strong and weak emperor-level monsters too. Even councilman powerhouses could die in a battle against a king-class monster. Right now is a matter of life and death. We need the representatives to shed their blood. At a time like this, do we want them to silently sacrifice themselves?" The leaders of headquarters were all absolute elites. They were well versed in human psychology. With just a little bit, they all understood. To make the representatives risk their lives, they had to be willing. The country had no way to force them. They have to be willing. To make them willing, we have to ignite their blood. Only with passion. Only with faith. Only then will they risk their lives. The old man, named Zhou, said. Immediately, the entire China's television channel switched. Southeast Military District is in danger. Southeast Military District is in danger. Right now, there are 6 Emperor-level sea monsters flying towards the Southeast Military District. Under the commentator's voice, the images appeared on every television in China, be it homes, the big screens on the streets, or the screens in the underground base. All of them were showing the same images. 6 Emperor-level monsters, extremely malevolent. A snake with a green body and a purple abdomen. Its length was close to 200 m. In other words, it was as tall as a 70-story building. The mountain-shaking Whale King was like a giant nuclear submarine in the air. A green-scale dragon with eyes glowing a strange red. It was the famous East Sea Azure Dragon. An almost transparent jellyfish. Its umbrella-like body was over 30 m in diameter. Its countless tentacles were at least a few hundred meters long. 6 Emperor-level monsters. Every one of them was incomparably strong, especially the East Sea Azure Dragon and the venomous Jellyfish King. Even Jia, he didn't dare to provoke them. When China's 2 billion citizens saw this scene, they all held their breaths. Well, had they ever seen such terrifying monsters? The commentator on the side was still swiftly explaining the information of each Emperor-level monster, causing the citizens to worry even more for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Southeast Military District. No, the little girl covered her eyes, not daring to watch. It can't be. The elderly were all in front of the television, silently praying to Buddha and Guanyin. Emperor-level monsters. 6. The hot-blooded youths stared with their eyes wide open. They trained hard in the dojo, and the monsters they knew were terrifying enough. However, compared to these 6 Emperor-level monsters, they were nothing. Before, the swallowing monster ravaged the entire Earth, destroying all the laser cannons in the military districts and bases. Against these 6 Emperor-level monsters, the Southeast Military District is currently retreating. However, the speed of the army can't match the monster's flying speed, which reaches 820 meters per second. The citizens in front of the television all held their breaths. The screen immediately changed to another scene. A youth dressed in blood-red armor stood on a soaring shuttle, breaking through the skies and flying. Immediately, countless citizens in front of their televisions all became excited. Flying? This was humanity's pinnacle warrior, an existence surpassing the war god level. Its representative, Luo Feng. Representative Luo Feng is currently flying with his fastest speed towards the Southeast Military District. The data shows that Representative Luo Feng's current flying speed has reached 5,610 meters per second. Oh, I didn't see wrongly, my God. It's really 5,610 meters per second, 16. 5 times the speed of sound. The commentator's voice was filled with shock. Not just him, even the Star Traveler warriors watching the broadcast were shocked. In terms of flying speed, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't compare to Luo Feng. He's caught up. Representative Luo Feng has caught up. On the screen, Luo Feng and the 6 Emperor-level monsters finally appeared at the same time. When they appeared on the same screen, compared to the incomparably huge 6 Emperor-level monsters, Luo Feng was like an ant. One ant challenging 6 giants? Such a scene made all the people watching the live broadcast nervous. Suddenly, the huge jellyfish king suddenly sprayed out a green mist that covered a few thousand meters. It was poison. In an instant, the screen turned green. The commentator on the side immediately explained that this was the jellyfish king's poison. He also explained some information about the jellyfish king, making everyone tremble. This jellyfish king could be said to be one of the most poisonous monsters on Earth. What's wrong? What's going on? How's Representative Luo Feng doing under the poison gas? Everyone's hearts tightened. Luo Feng. Su Xian's body was trembling. Luo Feng. Wei Wen also raised his head to look at the big screen on the street, extremely nervous. And within the poison gas, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, his spirit energy forming a barrier around him. With Luo Feng's spirit energy barrier's toughness and density, it didn't give any chance for the poison gas to penetrate. Killing one Emperor-level monster means saving hundreds of thousands, millions of lives. Luo Feng looked at the 6 Emperor-level monsters swiftly rushing over, his gaze cold, filled with killing intent. That's why all of you can go and die. Rumble. Luo Feng fiercely swung the arc cutter blade in his right hand. Chi! As though space itself had been sliced apart, the arc cutter blade actually became a huge golden arc blade, madly dancing about. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the jellyfish king, famous for its poison. That extremely flexible body, under Luo Feng's control of the arc cutter blade, was immediately sliced into 2. That 3-headed monster, with a huge carapace on its back, was sliced apart along with its carapace. Slice! 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 The arc cutter blade, compared to the soaring shuttle, was even stronger in terms of attack power. 6 Emperor-level monsters. Even though the East Sea Azure Dragon was harder to slice, it still succeeded. The 6 monsters, under the madly dancing arc cutter blade, were immediately sliced into 7 or 8 pieces. All sorts of smelly or fragrant fresh blood sprayed everywhere. China. Countless people were staring at the screen, their hearts hanging in suspense. The video of the swallowing monster from before made humanity despair. Right now, all the Chinese were hoping for a victory to give them a little bit of hope. A little bit of hope for survival. On the screen, the poison quickly dispersed. Luo Feng, who was in mid-air on the soaring shuttle, waved his hand. The 10M long golden arc cutter blade flew into Luo Feng's hand. And in mid-air, large amounts of corpses that had been sliced into pieces fell from mid-air, be a huge claw or a tentacle, or some scales and flesh. We won. We won. The monsters have all been killed. At this time, many people were crying tears of joy. Finally, there's some good news. Representative Luo Feng is too powerful. His flying speed has reached 16, 5 times the speed of sound. With Representative Luo Feng here, we will definitely win. Countless people at this time remembered Luo Feng's name. The South Central Military Sector is in danger. Representative Yao Wu is currently rushing over to help. The screen changed again. Luo Feng was very strong, but he was, after all, only one person. He had no way of fighting in 2 different places at the same time. Battle after battle occurred. Across the motherland, the flames of war were everywhere. At the moment when humanity's survival was at stake, representative after representative stood up. One by one, mysterious names that no one knew of were now known by countless people. Luo Feng, Zhuxi Yaoweiwu. At this time, they were humanity's strongest, most dazzling existences. Chapter 249. January 14th was destined to be a crazy day. In the 5 continents where humans lived on Earth, countless sea monsters were advancing along the rivers. Because of the distance, most of them didn't reach the headquarters cities. However, the Emperor-level monsters and the star travelers of humanity had already begun their battle of the pinnacle. And in every country, every headquarters city was broadcasting the battle to the entire country. Every battle was a cause for concern for countless people. The worry of everyone on Earth created a formless aura. That kind of hot-blooded aura made some of the hesitant powerhouses feel their blood boiling. One by one, they stood up. Battle. It was always bloody. There were strong and weak Emperor-level monsters. The weak ones were comparable to a Star Traveler level 1. The strong ones were comparable to a Star Traveler level 3 or 4. And the only advantage of a Star Traveler level fighter was the Black God set. This made the death rate of a Star Traveler level fighter lower than an Emperor level monster. But no matter how low it was, there were still representatives that fell. After all, the biggest advantage of the monsters was their numbers. The Emperor level monsters on land were much more numerous than the human representatives. And the amount of Emperor level monsters in the ocean was even more shocking. Even though there were close to 90 Star Traveler level humans, on January 14th alone, 903 Emperor-level monsters flew out from the ocean, 10 times the number of humans. And this was only part of it. The battle of the pinnacle between humanity and the monsters made many mysterious warriors of humanity known to countless people on Earth. Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne. Each name was extremely dazzling, and the most dazzling was Luo Feng. Ever since Luo Feng went out for the first time and killed 6 Emperor-level monsters by himself. Since then, he had swiftly traveled to all parts of China. If other Star Traveler-level fighters went out and fought against an Emperor-level monster, it would be extremely dangerous, and sometimes they would even have to run for their lives. But Luo Feng was different. When he went out, there was only one result: victory, from dawn till 3 in the afternoon. The number of Emperor-level monsters that died at Luo Feng's hands reached a terrifying 37. My God, all the Star Traveler-level fighters in China, added together, couldn't even kill half of the number Luo Feng killed. His reputation shook. In a moment, countless people in China and the countries that broadcast the battle began to worship Luo Feng. However, killing 37 Emperor-level monsters was a huge boost to humanity's morale. But to the sea monsters, they were incomparably furious. Powerful monsters were also intelligent. After 37 Emperor-level monsters were killed, he quickly provoked one of the 2 emperors of the sea monsters, 8-clawed Beast Emperor. This 8-clawed Beast Emperor was different from the one on the Misty Island. The Beast Emperor on the Misty Island was born purely from eating Muya crystals. As for the 8-clawed Beast Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor, these 2 Beast Emperors had gradually matured through countless battles and massacres in the Boundless Sea. They were much stronger. In mid-air, more than 120 kilometers away from the Kyoto Bay City, the battle that could be said to be the pinnacle of January 14th was going on. One of the parties was the 8-clawed Beast Emperor that covered the sky and covered the earth like a floating island. This 8-clawed Beast Emperor was the largest one on Earth, much larger than the Beast Emperor on Misty Island. Its gigantic head alone was like a small mountain. The 8 tentacles were thicker than the tentacles of the Misty Island's Beast King, and the length was about the same. And on the other side was the powerful human Luo Feng. Representative Luo Feng's speed is extremely fast. Danger! The various countries were broadcasting as the battle was simply too fast. There was no time to explain in detail. You actually underestimate me. You are afraid of Thunder God and Hong, but not me? Luo Feng waved his hand. A 10 long golden arc blade landed in his hand, turning back into an arc blade. Luo Feng had also received the news. When the Golden Horn Beast was ravaging Earth, it had specially passed by the Hongning Bay City and attacked the dojo headquarters, wanting to kill the 2 pinnacle warriors of humanity, Hong and Thunder God. The 2 Beast Emperors had probably told the Golden Horn Beast that the hardest to deal with amongst humans were Hong and Thunder God. However, the Golden Horn Beast didn't succeed. Hong and Thunder God hid within the training rooms of the ship headquarters and escaped. That interstellar transport ship was originally very sturdy. The Star Level 1 Golden Horn Beast couldn't destroy it, much less penetrating the outer shell of the transport ship and attacking the sturdiest training room within. As for the weight, an interstellar transport ship over 10,000 m long. Its weight was measured in hundreds of millions of tons. One had to know that on Earth, Compared to an interstellar transport ship, it could only be considered a small aircraft carrier, weighing tens of thousands of tons. An interstellar transport ship's material density was even higher, its volume exceeding 10,000x. The weight was obvious. A Star Traveler Level 1 fighter could at most lift up to 1,000 T heavy objects. Star Level 1. To move an interstellar transport ship that measured in hundreds of millions of tons was impossible. It couldn't be destroyed. It couldn't be moved. It wanted to swallow, but such a huge plaything, it couldn't be swallowed. Decompose and absorb? Such a huge transport ship, it would take a very, very long time to absorb. After all, the current Golden Horn beast, with just a few of the metal bases on Earth, would be able to absorb enough. One could imagine how much he could eat. Hence, Hong and Thunder God had escaped. I originally wanted to quickly get rid of you. I didn't expect your defense to be so strong. Then I'll slow down a bit. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, dying. The arc-shaped blade in his hand swung out again. The arc-shaped blades on the arc-shaped blade quickly gathered together, and finally turned into an arc-shaped golden blade that was only 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was different from the 10M blade from before. This one was extremely condensed. Xiao! The golden arc blade flashed, as though it was cutting into an apple, piercing straight into the 8-clawed beast emperor's head that was like an island. Ong! The 8-clawed beast emperor let out an ear-piercing cry. Walala! Ink like venom fiercely shot out. A battle that made the entire world hold their breaths. When Luo Feng was completely enveloped by the black venom, countless people were extremely worried. One had to know that other than the swallowing beast, the strongest of the sea monsters were the 2 great emperors. One was the 8-clawed beast emperor, the other was the Thunder Dragon Emperor. The Thunder Dragon Emperor was known for its speed, thunder, and power. The 8-clawed beast emperor was known for its defense, regeneration, venom, and killing power. In terms of venom, the 8-clawed beast emperor was number 1. Ong ong ong. The 8-clawed beast emperor suddenly let out a painful cry, its 8 thick limbs madly swinging about, its huge head that was like a small mountain constantly moving and sinking in, and its eyes that were even bigger than houses were filled with madness and pain. Pung! A wound with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters appeared on its head. Immediately white and red blood spurted out like a fountain. The 8-clawed beast emperor's 8 thick limbs drooped down powerlessly, its huge body swiftly falling. Rumble! The huge body that was like a floating island smashed into the wilderness below, causing the entire ground to tremble, almost like an earthquake. It caused a few houses that had been exposed to the elements for tens of years to immediately crumble, causing dust to fill the air. The 8-clawed beast emperor of the 2 great emperors dead, and within the black venom, Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and flew out, glancing at the 8-clawed beast emperor's body on the ground. Immediately, the entire world, regardless of country, color, gender, or age, everyone was extremely excited. Luo Feng, however, was very calm. This 8-clawed beast emperor is really looking for death. Within the Rift's AI space, Babata held an apple, cursing disdainfully. It's not even a match for Thunder God and Hong when it's out in the ocean. Now that Hong and Thunder God are in hiding, it thinks it's invincible. Luo Feng, your strength is even stronger than Thunder God. Dealing with it would be a piece of cake. One idiot. Saying that, Babata fiercely bit into the apple. To the current Luo Feng, to kill a Star Traveler Level 6 Beast Emperor, he only needed to use the Arc Cutter Blade. The moment he used the hybrid Copper Essence Shard, he would be able to match the world's strongest warrior, Hong. The entire world was in an uproar because of Luo Feng killing the Beast Emperor, and the group of Star Traveler level warriors standing at the pinnacle were even more shocked. Beast Emperor. All these years, even Hong and Thunder God couldn't do anything to the 2 great emperors of the ocean. Even though Luo Feng and the Beast Emperor's battle was in the air and not in the water. However, other than Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, was there a 4th person on Earth who could battle the Beast Emperor? The 3rd chairman, Ice Emperor M.O. Henderson? The fourth chairman, Eastbourne? No one. At this time, the entire world's warriors finally understood. Luo Feng, who had just stepped into Star Traveler level, a genius on par with M.O. Henderson and Eastbourne, after a year, actually had the strength to match Hong and Thunder God. In terms of strength, Luo Feng was the third chairman, and possibly even the second chairman. However, Luo Feng had never challenged them, staying low profile in Yangzhou City. Hongning Headquarters City, Dojo of Limit's headquarters. The exterior of the interstellar transport ship had some scars, but the interior was undamaged. Within the interstellar transport ship's training room, a barefoot man dressed in black sat cross-legged. In front of him was a barefooted bald man in white. One black, one white. These two were the two who had been hiding in the interstellar transport ship's training room because of the golden horned beast, Hong, and Thunder God. This Luo Feng is indeed a spirit reader genius on Earth. His strength has actually grown so quickly. Hong opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Right now, his strength is indisputably the #1 spirit reader on Earth. Compared to second brother, he's probably not much weaker. That's good too. With such a genius on Earth, if I were to die, I'd be able to rest easy. Hong's eyes were as calm as the ocean. Suddenly, the entire training room began to glow with electricity, causing Hong to reveal a look of shock. The white-robed, bald Thunder God who was originally sitting crossed-legged had a calm expression. However, the surroundings of his body began to glow with electricity. In an instant, the entire training room had become a thunder domain, with electricity snaking about. The white-robed bald man opened his eyes flashing with electricity, his mouth revealing a smile. This smile was like that of the Buddha from Chinese legends. Brother Hong, Thunder God said slowly, India's ancient yoga legend's ultimate state of being one with the heavens, and the Chinese martial arts state of being one with the body perfect, surpassing them would allow one to step into the domain realm. Congratulations. Hong smiled and said. Hong was proficient in the Chinese martial arts, while Thunder God trained in both. Some of the manuals on Earth were created from ancient martial arts combined with the strength of modern humans. Maybe they were much stronger in terms of strength. However, in terms of the realm, Hong and Thunder God had always benefited from Earth's ancient culture. Being one with the heavens, being one with the body, being one with the sword, Tai Chi perfect, etc. These were all descriptions of the highest level. However, above that was the domain realm. Brother Hong, you and I have been brothers for tens of years. How can I back off this time? Thunder God looked at Hong. Hong looked at Thunder God, almost as though he was looking back at the Grand Nirvana period, the two of them fighting on the edge of life and death. All right, let's go together. Hong nodded. Let's go together. Thunder God revealed a smile. 3 chapters complete. Tomorrow will still be 3 chapters. Brothers, please cast some monthly votes and recommendation votes to support Tomato. Chapter 250. Brother Hong. Thunder God smiled. No wonder I couldn't beat you in the past. Domain, so that's how it is. Hong smiled too. Domain. Even in a vast universe, it was considered a very high level. Even a universe-level warrior born in a galaxy might not have his own domain. Second brother. Hong looked at the white-robed, bald youth. That swallowing beast has been crazy for a night. It's long gone to rest in the ocean. If we want to fight it to the death, we'll have to wait until it comes out of the ocean. Hence, I'll now tell you some of my insights and usage of domains. Thunder God nodded. Stepping into the domain realm, he finally understood how unfathomable it was. He could only be considered a beginner. Hong, however, had been in the domain realm for tens of years. He was much stronger than him. As Hong imparted some of his experiences and usage to Thunder God, the battle between the humans and the sea monsters on Earth had entered a new phase. China, Jiangnan Headquarters City, 100 kilometers in the air. Destination arrived. A disc-shaped battleship was in the air above a wide river. This wide river was China's famous Yangtze River. Hua Hua Hua. In the Yangtze River, the densely packed sea monsters were uncountable. Randomly throwing a bomb could kill over 100 monsters. Countless sea monsters madly followed the Yangtze River and advanced. Release number 12 liquid. Yes, the disc-shaped battleship suddenly had a hole in its belly. Green liquid with a tinge of red flowed from the battleship into the river below. The battleship swiftly flew along the river. The liquid continuously flowed into the river below. Within a few seconds, GACSI. All sorts of sounds rang out. The originally densely packed Yangtze River suddenly flared up. Some of the monsters even leapt out of the water in pain. Some even crazily attacked in all directions. However, within a few moments, the river calmed down. The number of swimming monsters seemed to have lessened by quite a bit. A command center in Yangzhou City. China had a total of 6 headquarters cities. The reason why they were called headquarters cities was because these 6 cities had the strongest defenses, humanity's last bases. Over the years, humans had come up with all sorts of ways to defend the base cities. In the command center, Luo Feng was together with the retreating commander Li Dawei. Bastard. Li Dawei's expression was ugly. What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. The sea monsters have entered the land through the rivers. According to our plan, Li Dawei's face was ashen. When a large number of sea monsters flood the rivers, we will sprinkle poison into the river and poison as many sea monsters as possible to death. First, it will poison a large number of monsters to death. Second, the corpses will block the river, but it's not as effective as we thought. Li Dawei frowned. The newly developed venom No. 12 is only effective against reptilian sea monsters. Li Dawei shook his head. It's not very effective against selenerates and echinoderms. Luo Feng, too, felt heavy. Although he had killed a beast king, how much of an impact would it have on the overall situation? Amongst the beasts, the one that humans felt the most helpless against was the golden horn beast. We're not afraid of the sea monsters. We're not afraid of the emperor-level monsters either. Li Dawei said seriously, headquarters cities, we humans have been continuously strengthening and changing them for tens of years. No matter how much we fight against the sea monsters, we won't perish. What we're truly afraid of is the swallowing beast. Not a single person, no headquarters city can stop it. These 2 days, Li Dawei's hair had turned white from worry. January 15th, 5:15 a.m. Luo Feng sat in front of his computer, looking at the news on the screen. Because of the pinnacle battle between humans and monsters, the monsters suffered heavy losses, especially the 8-clawed beast emperor's death. It scared the emperor-level monsters. They no longer dared to be so arrogant. This made Luo Feng idle. His body was idle, but his heart was nervous. Yesterday morning, the golden horned beast entered the ocean to rest. I don't know when it'll come out. Luo Feng was anxious. Babata, is the laser cannon ready? Luo Feng, don't worry, soon. Babata said. Luo Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety within. Turning his head to look outside, through the glass, outside, the sky was still dark. When will dawn appear? Luo Feng muttered. Wang. Luo Feng fiercely lowered his head to look at his wrist. The tactical communications watch on his wrist vibrated. It was Head Hong. Hello. Luo Feng answered. Luo Feng, immediately enter the virtual space War God Palace. Hong said, I have something important to announce. All right, Luo Feng replied. Luo Feng, your strength has improved quite a bit. Hong praised. Work hard. After saying that, he ended the call. Within the virtual space War God Palace. Shua, a golden-robed Luo Feng suddenly appeared in that spacious room. I wonder why the head is in such a rush, gathering people from every country in the War God Palace. Luo Feng was curious. After leaving the room, he swiftly headed towards the top-floor meeting room. Along the way, he met a few friends. Luo Feng, how are you? A white man shouted. Terrence. Luo Feng walked alongside this man. How's the European Union? Very bad. There are already 3 headquarters cities that have begun a true battle with the sea monsters. The white man, called Terrence, shook his head. I estimate that within half a day, the 6 headquarters cities of the European Union will all begin a true battle with the sea monsters. Luo Feng nodded. The entire world situation was bad. The worst would be America. After all, America was the first country to be destroyed by the Golden Horn Beast, and the Asian countries were still fine. However, according to Luo Feng's information, the Jiangnan headquarters city would probably begin a true battle with the monsters within 2 hours. Within the meeting room, many people quickly gathered. Attention all! Sitting at the very top were two people, black-clothed Hong and white-clothed Thunder God. At this crucial time, I've gathered everyone here because I have something to announce. Hong's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I believe everyone knows the sudden appearance of the swallowing monster has caused humanity on Earth to fall into an unprecedented predicament. If we don't kill it, humanity on Earth will perish. Everyone below was silent. Luo Feng looked around. Everyone's expressions were ugly. The swallowing monster is a space beast of the universe. Its growth rate is extremely fast. We can't deal with it today. Even if we hide in a ship or some other place, we'll be able to escape. However, when it grows even stronger, we'll have nowhere to run. Hong's face had a pained expression. Luo Feng nodded. He agreed with this point. This golden horn beast was one of the pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Once it matures, it could even become a sector lord. That's why we have to kill it. We have to. Hong's entire aura suddenly became berserk and fierce. It has to die. Beside, Thunder God said coldly. First representative, we know we have to kill it. However, even a 150 million ton hydrogen bomb can't kill it. What else can we do? Beside, a white-haired old man from America said anxiously. Another representative shook his head. The strongest laser cannon didn't even leave a mark on its body. It's too strong. There's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. I have a son and a daughter. Hong stood up, looking at everyone. I'm not a good father. My energy is all on the martial path. I don't care much about them. However, they are my children. I don't want my children to have no hope. Our dojo of limits has a huge ship. Even the swallowing beast can't do anything to it. I can definitely send my children in and let them hide inside. However, I'm very clear. The moment that swallowing beast grows to the universe level, there won't be a single place on Earth that's safe. There won't be a single place. Hong's voice shocked everyone present, including Luo Feng. Thunder God and I have decided to join hands and fight to the death, to kill the swallowing beast. Hong's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Fight to the death. Kill the swallowing beast. Thunder God stood up too, shocked. The meeting room was silent. Everyone was shocked. They all knew how powerful the swallowing beast was. Head. Luha couldn't help but stand up. Dojo Master. The personal guard, Allure, who was wearing a golden mask, stood up. A total of 8 people stood up at the same time. The decision has been made. There's no need to dissuade me. Hong said calmly. However, it made everyone feel that his determination was as heavy as MT Tai. No one could shake it. First representative, second representative. Don't tell me you have confidence. First representative. Throwing your lives away isn't worth it. If humanity can't hold on, we'll still have to rely on the first representative to lead and protect the survivors. Many people from various countries stood up. Hong shook his head. If the swallowing beast doesn't die, humanity won't have any survivors. This sentence made many people tear up. Despair. What kind of despair was that? Luo Feng closed his eyes. Hong was right. If it wasn't for Babata, who knew how to repair, assemble, pilot, etc., even if they had a black dragon ship, they wouldn't be able to repair it and fly away. Babata. Luo Feng shouted with his thoughts. What's up? Babata replied. Is the laser cannon ready? Luo Feng asked. I still need an hour. Babata said. Can it kill the golden horn beast in one shot? Luo Feng asked. Relax. This is the Black Dragon Mountain X-81's strongest weapon. It can definitely destroy the golden horn beast's head in one shot, shattering its soul. That's a definite death. Babata was extremely confident. Very good. Luo Feng opened his eyes, looking at the group of Earth's elites struggling in pain. as well as Hong and Thunder God who were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Attention all! A loud voice resounded within the meeting room. Everyone quieted down, including Hong and Thunder God. They all looked over. Facing the gazes of Earth's elites, Luo Feng said seriously, "I have confidence in killing the swallowing beast. P.S. The first chapter is up. There are still 3 chapters today." Chapter 251. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. It was so quiet that even the sound of pin dropping could be heard. On Earth, till now, no one dared to say they had the confidence to kill the swallowing monster. Even Hong and God of Thunder, who possessed domains, said that they would risk their lives to kill the Devourer beast. They were fighting with their lives on the line. They had no confidence. Luo Feng. Hong stared hard at Luo Feng. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Thunder God stared hard at Luo Feng too. "Say it again." "Luo Feng, what did you just say?" Beside, Jia Yi grabbed Luo Feng, his voice trembling with excitement and nervousness. Luo Feng. The various countries' leaders, representatives, and warriors all stared at Luo Feng, almost like a group of drowning people looking at a boat heading towards them. Many of them rubbed their ears, worried they might have misheard. Some even asked the people beside them if Luo Feng had really said it. Nervousness, excitement, apprehension, all sorts of emotions permeated the meeting room. "I'll speak." Luo Feng took a deep breath, looking at everyone around him. "I have confidence. I'll kill the swallowing monster." "You really have confidence?" "Luo Feng, what will you use to kill the swallowing monster?" "Luo, you're not lying to us?" Different skin colors, different countries, people couldn't help but shout out. All of them. Some had snow-white hair, but their faces were flushed with excitement. Silence. Hong shouted loudly. The meeting room gradually quieted down. Hong said loudly, "I'll ask Luo Feng." Everyone calm down. Everyone present was after all the elites of Earth, as it involved the entire country, race, and even the survival of Earth's humans. Hence they all lost their composure. Hearing Hong's words, they could barely calm down. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Everyone in the meeting room looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at Hong. Asked, "What will you use to kill the swallowing monster? Don't tell me. You'll risk your life in battle." Hong looked at Luo Feng. The meeting room was filled with the world's top experts. Hearing Luo Feng's words, they would know if Luo Feng was really confident or just lying. Attention all. Luo Feng looked around the crowd. "Last time in the meeting room, I asked the head for a document that recorded all the major archaeological ruins on Earth. I can prove it." Hong nodded. That information was indeed given to Luo Feng by him. "I was also very anxious when that Devourer beast appeared. I've been thinking about it, and I believe that there might be hope in the archaeological ruins to save Earth," said Luo Feng seriously. "There are many archaeological ruins on Earth, and almost every country has explored them. There are only 3 perilous realms left. 3 great despairs." Many people exclaimed. They all knew how dangerous the 3 great perilous realms were. Ruins number 1, no, 12, and number 31. Which ones did you go to? Hong couldn't help but ask. Everyone on Earth knew how dangerous the 3 great despairs were. First, Bermuda's underwater silver pyramid, and 31st, Shinong-jia's poison source. I have no way of entering. Luo Feng shook his head. I've entered archaeological ruin 12. It's a black ship. Many people in the conference hall nodded. There were quite a number of people who knew about ancient ruin number 12, but all the countries had suffered because of it. That ship was able to maintain the energy supply of the laser pathway. I had already determined that the ship's damage wouldn't be too severe. Indeed, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. After I entered, there were indeed some weapons that were damaged. However, one of the most powerful single-target weapons, the laser cannon, was almost in perfect condition. I've acquired a repair robot from the ship. It's currently being repaired. I believe it should be ready to be used soon. Laser cannon? How powerful can that be? Someone seemed doubtful. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. A white old man with messy hair stared at Luo Feng. The laser cannon you've acquired, what grade is it? Luo Feng was slightly stunned. Babata's voice resounded in his mind. Tell him It's a B6 grade. It's a B6 grade. Luo Feng said. My God, B6 grade? Humanity has hope. Humanity has hope. That messy hair old man was so excited that he was crying and laughing at the same time. Beside him, a representative warrior asked, Mr. Breckenridge, this B6 grade laser cannon, just how powerful is it? Attention all. This Breckenridge old man surveyed his surroundings, speaking loudly. Many of you here know. The laser cannon that we developed on Earth that can kill an Emperor-level monster was based on the damaged laser cannon found in the archaeological ruins. After dismantling it and researching it, we created it. Back then, I obtained a set of information. I knew the classification of the laser cannon's power in the universe. Breckenridge said, translating it to Earth's language, it's separated into A, B, and C grades. For example, the A1 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler Level 1 fighter. The A2 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Traveler Level 2 fighter, so on and so forth. The A9 grade laser cannon can kill a Star Traveler Level 9 fighter. And the B grade laser cannon is also very precious in the universe. The B1 grade laser cannon can kill a normal Star Level 1 fighter. Breckenridge laughed loudly. So on and so forth, the B6 grade can kill a normal Star Level 6 fighter. According to the information, even an interstellar fleet back then didn't have such a weapon. Immediately, the meeting room erupted. There's hope, there's hope. No need to die. There's no need for so many people to die. Howl, howl. Many of the Earth's pinnacle elites present were so excited they lost their composure. However, no one cared about this. Losing their composure was nothing. Luo Feng. Hong looked at Luo Feng, smiling. Thank you. Head. Luo Feng was about to speak. No need to call me head. If you respect me, just be like thunder, call me Brother Hong. Hong smiled. He was indeed very grateful to Luo Feng. Even if he fought to the death, he only had a 20 to 30% chance. If he could kill the swallowing monster without dying, who would be willing to die? Brother Hong. Luo Feng shouted. Good. I'm happy. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Hong completely lost his composure. Thunder God walked over too. Right, Luo Feng. Hong's expression became serious, emphasizing, I know, the laser cannon speed reaches light speed. That swallowing monster has no way of escaping. However, if it doesn't die in one shot, then the swallowing monster can definitely escape underground and swiftly find a chance to retaliate and destroy the laser cannon. Hence, there's only one chance to kill it. Luo Feng was shocked within. Right? The laser cannon, also known as the laser cannon, its speed was indeed fast. However, after firing the first shot, the second shot had to be prepared. With the swallowing beast's incredible speed, it would definitely be able to escape easily in such a short period of preparation. The moment it escaped, the swallowing monster wouldn't give Luo Feng a second chance. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. His consciousness left the virtual space and returned to reality. It was already 6 in the morning. Outside the window, the sky was already bright. The night has passed, the sky is bright. Luo Feng stood on the balcony, breathing out hot air on the glass, causing it to fog up. Luo Feng, it's done, what? I Babata am too awesome. A laser cannon that hasn't been used for over 800,000 years. Only I, Babata, can fix it so quickly. Babata's arrogant laughter resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. He didn't have the mood to blame Babata for being arrogant, instead saying, Where's the weapon? Take it out and let me see. Damn, don't rush. Within the wrist AI space, Babata stretched his body. Even though this laser cannon is a single soldier weapon, however, it's still a single soldier weapon in the universe. It takes up a lot of space. It requires 6m long, 6m wide, 3m tall space. The balcony beside you can't fit it. This is called a single soldier weapon? Luo Feng was shocked. Just send out a robot or a fighter, and they can easily carry it. Of course, it's a single soldier weapon. Babata said unhappily. Why don't you take a look? That type of large-scale battleship weapon, just the size alone is comparable to your Earth's aircraft carriers. Luo Feng rubbed his head and laughed. Right? The weapons on a planet and in space, the difference was huge. And Luo Feng, you won't be able to handle this weapon. Don't you have 3 repair robots? Arrange one for me. I'll program it. This kind of operation is definitely the right thing to do. Even though they aren't creative, they definitely won't make any low-level mistakes. Babata said. Of course, Luo Feng agreed. Of the 3 black metal robots, one of them was quickly kept into Babata's storage space and programmed. Why hasn't the swallowing monster come out of the sea yet? On the balcony of Luo Feng's house, Hong, Thunder God, Jia Yi, and the others, including Luo Feng, a total of 12 people were gathered. The sun was already high up in the sky. It was past noon. What's the rush? It's best if the swallowing monster never comes out. Hong laughed as he glanced at Thunder God, but Luo Feng was looking at the huge black metal robot in front of him. The gigantic instrument that was placed on the ground, 6 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 3 meters thick. Its entire body seemed to be made out of crystal. The complicated structure within was dazzling, and the cannon's diameter was 5 m. Will this cannon be able to kill the swallowing monster? M.O. Henderson from America was worried. Relax. Luo Feng laughed confidently. Don't be fooled by the swallowing monster's 180 m long body. Its head is only 20 m long. A 5 m diameter light beam shot over. It'll be able to blow up its entire head. I guarantee its soul will scatter. It can't be more dead. Blow up its head. M.O. Henderson was excited. A group of people were waiting anxiously. Only the black metal robot stood there motionless. The sunlight shining on its body didn't reflect at all. Time passed minute by minute. 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m. The sun had already reached the western mountains and was about to set. Hello. Hong pressed on his tactical communications watch. Head, the swallowing monster has just flown out from the waters around Sven's Island near Antarctica. A voice resounded from the tactical communications watch, causing the 12 people present to get excited. Almost at the same time, everyone else's tactical communications watch vibrated. It's here. The swallowing monster has finally appeared. P.S. Chapter 2. Continue writing the 3rd chapter. Brothers, give us some monthly votes. Our passion is burning. Chapter 252. The gazes of the 12 warriors on Luo Feng's balcony all landed on the black metal robot. Luo Feng, are you sure you want the robot to control the B6 grade laser cannon? Thunder God couldn't help but ask. If we don't use the robot, who? Which one of us will use the B6 grade laser cannon? Luo Feng laughed. The others all laughed. However, their smiles were filled with nervousness. There was no choice. Everyone was under a lot of pressure. After all, the moment they failed, that would be humanity's doomsday. Luo Feng looked at the metal robot. Move, Luo Feng said. D. The red crystal eyes of the metal robot suddenly lit up, after which it extended its steel arms and grabbed the huge crystal like a laser cannon. So, it immediately rose into the air. Under the setting sun, the black metal robot grabbed the crystal laser cannon and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. Luo Feng and the other 12 looked up. Stop looking. Let's hurry inside. Look at the satellite tracking. Hong shouted. Immediately the others all entered Luo Feng's house's 2nd floor listening room. Hualala, the endless ocean waters of the Pacific Ocean slightly undulated. Right now, it was about 5 p.m. in China's time. However, here, it was deep into the night. Tonight, it was pitch black. There was no moon. Who? In the air above the Pacific Ocean, a completely black as ink, golden engravings wrapped around its horn. A huge beast flew across the sky. That pair of black scaled wings waved. It was like a black shadow. It was an existence that caused the entire human race to fear the swallowing space beast's pinnacle bloodline, the golden horned beast. As it flew, its dark golden eyes looked down from above. There was only coldness and brutality in its eyes. Over 10,000 kilometers away from the golden horned beast, the sun had just set. The sky wasn't completely dark yet. A 2 m tall black metal robot was easily grabbing onto a huge laser cannon that looked like it was carved out of crystal. It was flying quickly, leaving the Huaxia continent and entering the ocean. The direction it was flying in was getting closer to the golden horned beast. Yangzhou City, Luo Feng's house's second-floor listening room. On the left side of the screen that took up almost an entire wall was the scene of the swallowing beast flying in the night, and on the right side was the scene of the metal robot grabbing the crystal and flying. The metal robot's flying speed, 2,109 meters per second. The electronic voice reverberated in the audiovisual room. Devourer's flying speed, 15,219 meters per second. There were 12 experts from Earth gathered in the audiovisual room. Luo Feng, this commentary electronic voice, it's an AI system. Hong said softly to Luo Feng, "Everyone, I've already prepared the wine for the celebration." At the side, Thunder God took out wine cups from the wine cabinet and poured out a total of 12 cups. "Everyone, let's see how the Devourer beast dies." "Haha, we have to prepare more celebratory wine." Luo Feng and the others laughed. Everyone was laughing. However, everyone was in a state of anxiety. Everyone was just pretending to be relaxed. No one could completely relax at this time. Time ticked by. Although the distance between the black metal robot and the Devourer beast was more than 10,000 kilometers, the distance between the Devourer beast and the black metal robot was over 10,000 kilometers. However, the Devourer beast's speed was over 10 kilometers per second. Time ticked by. The atmosphere in the audiovisual room was getting tenser and tenser. It was as if everything had frozen, making it hard for people to breathe. The distance between them is 2,100 kilometers. "The metal robot has stopped," the electronic voice said. On the screen, on the left side, the Devourer beast was still flying, almost as if it was heading directly towards the Chinese continent. On the right side, the metal robot had already stopped, floating in mid-air. The laser cannon is glowing. It's already activated. Luo Feng and the others held their breaths as they watched. The metal robot was holding the B6 grade laser cannon in one hand, while the other hand was nimbly controlling it. The entire laser cannon, that was almost like a huge crystal carving, began to glow. The light followed the lines and swiftly flowed towards the center. "The laser cannon needs 50 seconds to charge up," Luo Feng explained softly. Beside, Jia Yi was obviously nervous, nodding. "The laser cannon's attack is in a straight line. Before, both sides pass through the ground. It has to be closer, a distance of 1,000 kilometers, it's just right." Luo Feng nodded. This laser cannon was a weapon of the universe. Even though the planet's internal air and dust had some resistance, it didn't affect the laser cannon at all. 50 seconds passed. On the right side of the screen, the metal robot was controlling the huge laser cannon's muzzle. Chi-Chi, a white light revolved around the muzzle, causing the entire muzzle to be extremely glaring. "It's ready," Luo Feng said softly. "We can attack at any time." "It's almost ready." Thunder God couldn't help but say. "No problem. There's enough time." Jia Yi swallowed hard, staring at the screen. "Quick, quick, quick." Mo Henderson muttered softly. All right, we can attack now," Hong said softly. Everyone was in a state of unprecedented nervousness. The 12 present were the absolute elites of Earth. Their mental fortitude was definitely top-notch. However, at this moment, no one had ever been so nervous before. Even when facing death, they weren't as nervous as they were right now. America's main command. "God, please protect your children." The black-skinned president's forehead was beaded with sweat, drawing a cross on his chest, his gaze staring straight at the screen. Beside him, the generals and officials all held their breaths. China's capital's main command. The #1 elder, Zhou, stood perfectly straight, staring at the screen in front of him. Beside him, none of the other leaders made sound. The European Union, India, Russia, HR Alliance, 23 headquarters cities, all the leaders of Earth held their breaths as they watched this scene. An unprecedented pressure was pressing down on the humans of Earth. Was it survival? Was it death? Everything would be revealed. The metal robot and the swallowing beast. The distance was 1,200 kilometers, 1,150 kilometers, 1,100 kilometers, Everyone on Earth who was watching this scene was extremely nervous, but the black metal robot's face was always like steel, didn't seem nervous at all. Its red crystal eyes suddenly lit up. A strand of signal was transmitted directly into the laser cannon. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling, resplendent, mesmerizing white beam of light. It shot out from the laser cannon's 5 m diameter across the Pacific Ocean. In an instant, this mesmerizing white beam of light had already reached its target 1,082 kilometers away. The swallowing space beast Golden Horned Beast. In the night, above the Pacific Ocean, the Golden Horned Beast's wings were slightly raised, its dark golden eyes gazing down at the ocean below. This was a moment. Tom had stopped. Chi, like hair being burnt by fire. An extremely short chi sound could be heard. That incomparably dazzling white beam of light directly pierced through the Golden Horned Beast's head. The entire upper half of its head, including the edge of its slightly raised left wing, was passed by, almost without a sound. Only that extremely short chi sound could be heard. Nothingness. The Golden Horned Beast's head instantly only had its terrifying mouth and lower jaw left. Everything from its nose upwards had completely disappeared. As for its skull and other parts, they all turned into nothingness. The white beam of light was incomparably dazzling. After piercing through the Golden Horned Beast, it continued forward in a straight line, flying into the atmosphere, actually piercing through the atmosphere, directly shooting into space filled with resplendent stars. Tom had stopped at this moment. In the listening room, on the left side of the screen was the flying swallowing beast. However, this swallowing beast's head only had a mouth left, and there was nothing else on it. On the right side of the screen was the blinding beam of light that had already shot into space. The 12 people in the listening room instantly stared wide-eyed, after which they all went crazy. We've succeeded. Jack E., the #1 person in China's military, excitedly jumped up, waving his fist. Oh. M.O. Henderson shook his but proudly. We've succeeded. Luo Feng excitedly shouted. Come, hurry, let's drink, let's celebrate our success. Thunder God shouted loudly, immediately grabbing the wine glass beside him. That's great. Hong too had a look of excitement on his face. And within Luo Feng's mind, Babada's excited voice resounded. Luo Feng, I'm amazing, right? I've said it before, this laser cannon that can kill a star level 6. Killing it was just a simple swipe. It's dead for sure. Wahaha. Babada was extremely proud too. The entire Earth's countries, in an instant, were in an uproar. Excitement. We've finally succeeded. This disaster is finally over. Luo Feng excitedly walked towards Thunder God. Luo Feng froze. The previously excited listening room immediately quieted down. Even the excited representative Zhu, she stopped. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat, turning to look at the screen. On the left screen, the swallowing monster's head was still only left with its mouth, but strangely, it was still floating with 2 horns, one long and one short, floating beside it. The 2 horns' golden engravings suddenly let out a glaring golden light. The swallowing monster's huge body, especially on its neck and back, the golden engravings on its scales all lit up. This golden light swiftly followed the engravings and directly transferred to the swallowing monster's huge wings. In an instant, the wings seemed to grow a size larger, the shape slightly changing. Just like a golden light. The swallowing monster, with only its mouth left on its head, actually dove straight into the ocean. Rumble. The seawater exploded. It failed. Hong's face immediately went pale, his body trembling. Jia looked at the screen in shock, continuously shaking his head, tears flowing down his face silently. Thunder God, who was holding a few wine glasses in celebration, also stared wide-eyed at the screen, the wine glass in his hand unconsciously slipping down. Pa! The glass shattered, the shards flying. The sound was like a sharp sword piercing everyone's heart. Luo Feng stared blankly at the screen, no longer showing any expression. Despair? His heart was filled with grief. At this moment, the entire Earth's heart stopped beating. The entire Earth's humans were in despair. At this moment, it was as though they were witnessing humanity's demise. The swallowing monster is moving extremely quickly at the bottom of the sea. Its speed is 36,062 meters per second. It's 37 times its previous speed. In the listening room, the electronic voice emotionlessly reported the numbers. However, there was no longer any reaction. Everyone was as silent as statues, as though they were dead. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Chapter 253. In the dark listening room, Luo Feng felt his mind go blank. He couldn't hear anything from the outside world. Failed. It actually failed? How could it fail? How could it fail? Luo Feng was overwhelmed by the torrential pain and regret. He had placed too much hope on this attack. Ever since the hydrogen bomb attack failed, the humans of Earth only had one last move: to let Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest warriors of Earth, risk their lives. But risking their lives, they didn't have any confidence. And the B6 grade laser cannon he had acquired was something he had confidence in. The elites of the world were all excited about this laser cannon. Everyone was anticipating that attack. Indeed, the laser shot from the B6 grade laser cannon was extremely powerful. It easily pierced through the Golden Horn Beast's brain and shot into space. However, no one would have thought that the Golden Horn Beast, with its head destroyed and only its mouth left, would still be alive and not die. It cannot die. How could this be? Within the Wrist AI space, Babata shook his head in shock. Not right. Whether it's a human or an animal, the soul is in the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness is in the brain. Destroying the brain means death without a doubt. Unless the spirit imprint is infused into every cell, the cells can be reborn. However, a star level can't reach that stage. Babata shook his head. Don't tell me this Golden Horn Beast has some special talent. Unknown. In the universe, the understanding of the space beast was too little. Just like the Yin Mo planet master who had never met a Golden Horn Beast in his entire life. The understanding of the Golden Horn Beast was too little. Within the listening room. Quick, the laser cannon. Hurry and bring the laser cannon back. Jia, he suddenly roared. The other 11 people in the room were shocked awake. Laser cannon. Luo Feng's eyes were round as he stared at the screen. On the screen, the black metal robot was grabbing the laser cannon and madly fleeing. On the other screen, there was a huge silhouette madly chasing in the sea. The metal robot's flying speed is 2,110 meters per second. The swallowing monster's underwater speed is 36,069 meters per second. The distance between the two is 520 kilometers, 460 kilometers, 398 kilometers. Within the listening room, the emotionless electronic voice continued to speak, causing everyone's expressions to change. Quick! Thunder God said urgently. It's too late. Hong's face was pale as he shook his head. Previously, the distance between the two parties was about 1,000 kilometers. This Devourer's speed reached 36 kilometers per second. The robot's speed was too slow. He would be able to catch up in 30 seconds. The laser cannons won't be able to fire a second time. The group of planetary states on the side clenched their fists so hard that it made cracking sounds. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Because the swallowing beast was moving at an extreme speed under the sea, the satellites were unable to capture it. However, they could still sense the enormous life force of the Golden Horn Beast. After all, its life aura was too great. Especially now that his speed had increased by more than 2 times, his life aura had become much stronger. At a depth of 3,200 m, the Golden Horn Beast's wings were a size larger than before. The scales on its wings were even tighter. The golden engravings on the scales seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing the Golden Horn Beast's speed to reach an unbelievable level. Anger. The Golden Horn Beast was infuriated like never before. Even a hydrogen bomb attack last time was only a flesh wound to it. But this time, its injuries were 10 times, 100 times worse than the last time. The unprecedented heavy injuries instead ignited the berserk madness in the golden horned beast's bones. Suddenly, the golden horned beast's speed decreased. Of the two horns on its back, one long and one short, the longer one suddenly glowed with a golden light, becoming a golden beam and fiercely rushing upwards. Shio! Fast as lightning. The golden horn instantly broke through the 3,000 m deep water. Rushing out of the water, its speed was so fast that the black metal robot above couldn't dodge at all. The black metal robot's hands were holding the B6 laser cannon, still in preparation. Pong! The golden horn immediately pierced through the crystal like intricate laser cannon, causing the laser cannon's preparation to be interrupted. With a pong sound, it shattered like glass. Simultaneously, the golden horn fiercely pierced into the black metal robot's body. Rumble, the black yttrium metal robot, was extremely sturdy. Wang, the robot, became a shooting star, flying tens of km in midair, after which it immediately fell into the sea below. With a splash, it fell into the sea. Within the audio recording room, Hong, Thunder God, Luo Feng, and the other 12 were all quietly staring at the screen. On the screen, the silhouette at the bottom of the sea continued to dive deeper and deeper. Luo Feng, the robot has received a strong impact, causing the control system within its body to be damaged. There's no way to recall it anymore. Babata's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Luo Feng closed his eyes. The loss of one repair robot was nothing. However, this attack that concerned the fate of humanity actually failed. Sorry, Luo Feng. In my database, information on the space beast was already very little. As for the golden horned beast, it's even rarer. I only know some general knowledge. Babata apologized. He was very clear what this failure meant to humanity on Earth. Silence. The audio recording room was silent. Jia, he stood by the window, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one up, he quietly smoked by himself. Give me one. Zhuxi took a cigarette, smoking there too. The others either sat quietly or painfully closed their eyes. In short, they were all unprecedentedly silent. Strong defense, fast speed, even able to explode with even more shocking speed. Not only that, even with its head destroyed, it's still able to attack. And it's like a spirit reader, controlling its horn from a distance to attack. Also, it's extremely powerful. Luo Feng's mind flashed with this information. With an internal world, it can directly swallow large amounts of metal into it. And its growth rate is extremely shocking. My God, how did such a space beast descend upon Earth? How could it resist? Wang. Suddenly, the sound of a communicator's watch rang. The 12 people in the audio recording room all looked at the same time. It was M.O. Henderson's communicator watch. M.O. Henderson pressed a button. Immediately, the watch spoke in American English. Do you have any ideas on your side? Are there any other ideas? Ask Luo Feng. Ask the two chairmen. Are there any other ideas? Okay, I'll ask. M.O. Henderson replied in a low voice and hung up the call. M.O. Henderson looked at the others. Luo Feng shook his head. Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. Both of them had smiles on their faces. A strange smile that seemed as though they were facing death calmly. A smile that shook one's soul. This failure had dealt a huge blow to the various countries of the world. Originally filled with hope, they were extremely excited when they saw the golden horned beast's head being destroyed. Some even fainted on the spot. However, following that, they fell from heaven to hell, falling into a nightmare. The swallowing beast was even more terrifying and powerful than what humanity had imagined. Even without its head, it was still powerful, and its flying speed was even faster. My God, please save your children. My God. A few of the upper echelons and elites of Earth who never prayed or prayed to the gods in the past. Many of them began to silently pray. Only when humans were in despair and helplessness would they look forward to spiritual sustenance. And at this time, even these elites were looking for their spiritual sustenance. Obviously, They were in despair and helplessness. The rock layer beneath the seabed, about 23,000 meters below the surface. The golden-horned beast's humongous body lay in the darkness. Its entire body glowed with a faint golden light. One could see that its head, which was originally only left with its mouth and neck, was now intertwined with flesh, skin extending, scales appearing. It was actually rapidly growing. Its ears grew out too, slowly. That pair of dark golden eyes also grew out. Finally, its entire head had completely grown out. One long and one short horn had also merged into its head. Only the scales on its head were a little soft, not as tough as the scales on the other parts of its body. Its dark golden eyes were filled with rage, endless rage, like a burning flame. Woo, 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 a low roar filled with rage emitted from its throat. Its injuries were too heavy. It could never forget that white light that instantly attacked. Under that white light, it couldn't dodge at all. It had no power to resist at all. And the essence of its entire body's strength, its horn, it was indeed extremely sturdy, extremely sharp, even though it was sent flying far away by the laser. Even though it was injured, it wasn't destroyed. Woo! After its body's injuries had completely healed, the golden-horned beast felt an unprecedented hunger. Its internal world was also extremely hungry. Every single cell in its body seemed to be crying out. It had used up too much energy. Its strength had regressed by a lot. Right now, it desperately needed to replenish itself. Woo! The golden-horned beast let out a low roar, swiftly drilling upwards from the rock layer. It needed to eat. Eat metal. Luo Feng's listening room. The sky outside was getting dark. Luo Feng and the others were looking at two people, Hong and Thunder God. If we go on like this, there's no way we'll survive. This swallowing beast is too powerful, too strange. Hong shook his head. If we let it grow stronger like this, even the humans hiding in the archaeological ruins will eventually be killed by it. And I'm sure it was hit by the laser cannon. Its injuries definitely aren't light. I suspect that its last burst of speed was a struggle from its heavy injuries. It could even be its final moments before death. After Hong said that last sentence, even he himself didn't quite believe it. Even if it wasn't its final moments, its strength would definitely be much weaker than before. Hong emphasized, while it's weak, we'll take its life. If we miss this chance, there won't be any more. Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng and the others were a little sad. To watch Hong and Thunder God risk their lives? Thunder God and I, we both have our own domains. If we really risk our lives, there's hope. Hong revealed a smile. Beside him, Thunder God also smiled and nodded. P.S. Chapter 1 here. Chapter 254. Domain. Luo Feng was shocked. On Earth, only Hong had a domain. Because he had a domain, he was the undisputed #1 on Earth. However, from Hong's words, it seemed like even Thunder God had his own domain. Impossible. How can this be? Within the wrist space, Babata stared wide-eyed and couldn't help but shout, Domain. How can one planet suddenly have two people with domains? And they're both star traveler level fighters. This is impossible. One of them is crazy. It's like winning the lottery. How can it be two? Babata, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Luo Feng communicated mentally. Thunder God has a domain. This way, fighting the golden-horned beast to the death, there's a higher chance. It's a good thing. Luo Feng's mood was heavy. No, Luo Feng, you don't understand. Within the AI space, Babata said, let's put it this way. Your soaring shuttle has a total of 3 forms, a total of 9 levels, of which the 3rd form's requirements, you should remember right. Remember, to reach the universe level, with an amplitude of 48, and have your own domain, only then can you use it. Luo Feng remembered very clearly. 3 requirements. Reaching the universe level is just one of them. What does that mean? It means, even amongst the universe level fighters, there are some who don't have a domain. Universe level. Normally a galaxy only has 1 universe level fighter. They might not even have a domain. Babata couldn't help but feel a little crazy. According to the 4 levels, basic, conception, domain, world. Luo Feng, you're still at the basic level. Even amongst the star level fighters, only a very, very few have their own domains. A star traveler fighter wanting to have a domain? That's like getting lucky, like winning the lottery. It's fine that you have a Hong on Earth, but now this thunder god also has a domain. From the probability calculation, it's simply 1 in a billion billion. Babata couldn't help but shout. Luo Feng thought about it. Babata's shock made sense. A galaxy only gives birth to one universe-level fighter. They might not even have a domain. The difficulty for a star traveler fighter to have a domain was obvious. But now Earth suddenly had two. That's good too. Babata nodded. This thunder god has a domain. If he joins forces with Hong, there's a chance of success if they use a fatal blow. There's hope. Luo Feng heard these 3 words from Babata's mouth. He couldn't help but be surprised. Luo Feng, you've never entered the universe before. You don't know how hard it is to have a domain. If Hong and Thunder God were to be discovered in the universe, they would either be killed out of jealousy or be quickly invited to join some large organizations. A planetary state warrior with a domain is definitely synonymous with prodigy. As for domain realm masters, once they go all out, it will be very scary. This was because they were able to combine genetic energy, physical strength, mental energy, and consciousness together, triggering the resonance of the universe. Babata said, and when fighting with their lives on the line, they will ignite their souls, causing the fusion of these many powers to reach an extremely terrifying level. If they don't put their lives on the line, a planet-level domain realm master will be invincible in their own level. Once they go all out, one of them is a level 7 planetary state, the other a level 8 planetary state. It seemed that Hong's attainments in the domain were even deeper. Perhaps he had already stepped into the second stage. If the two of them ignite their souls and fight with their lives on the line, it's really hard to say. Babata sighed. 2 absolute geniuses. If they were in the universe, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Minghua District's grass patch. Luo Feng watched as the fighter jets flew away. Hong, Thunder God, you have to succeed. Luo Feng said quietly. Howl, rumble. From the east, the sounds of explosions. Monsters' roars resounded. Flames shot into the sky. Early in the morning, the sea monsters had already begun their true battle with Jiangnan City. However, with humanity's decades of preparation, they would definitely be able to defend against the sea monsters' attacks in a short period of time. Creak. Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered the living room. The whole family was there. Big brother, how is it? Luo Hua stood up and asked. Is that swallowing monster dead? Su, Xi, and John, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up, looking anxiously at Luo Feng. The 7 people in the living room were all looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng had already revealed that there would be an attack on the swallowing monster today, and he had a high chance of killing it. No. Luo Feng shook his head. However, there's still hope. Luo Feng said seriously, there's definitely hope. Saying that, Luo Feng headed upstairs. The 7 people in the living room looked at each other. Gong Xi Lan said softly, Feng is under a lot of pressure. Su Xi, go up and accompany him. Okay. Su Xi and Lian followed the stairs up. Within the second-floor bedroom, Luo Feng laid on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Babata, is there any other way to kill the swallowing monster? Luo Feng asked. No, even the B6 laser cannon failed and was destroyed. There's no other way. We can only rely on the 2-star traveler-level geniuses to fight for their lives. Babata said, the 2 of them ignite their souls. There's still a chance. Babata! Luo Feng thought within. My hybrid copper essence shard is extremely sharp. If Hong and Thunder God use it, wouldn't it be even more powerful? They might even be able to kill the Golden Horn Beast. No, one of them uses a gun, the other uses a knife. Babata denied. Only by using a gun and a knife can they unleash the power of their domain to its maximum. This hybrid copper essence shard, 1 shard, how can 2 fighters use it? Only you, as a spirit reader, can use it. Luo Feng was anxious within. This feeling of waiting for humanity's destruction was very painful. He had no other way. Don't rush. I'm currently making a long spear and a knife. Babata said, Hong and Thunder God's weapons spear and knife. Even though they're considered godly weapons on Earth, in the universe, they're too weak. I'll use some metal material from the ship to make 2 weapons for them. In terms of sharpness, toughness, etc., they'll definitely surpass what they're using now. All right. Luo Feng suddenly heard footsteps outside. Su Xian pushed open the door and entered. Very tired? Su Xian sat on the bed, gently massaging Luo Feng's shoulders. It's all right. Luo Feng smelled the scent from Su Xian's body. He couldn't help but extend his hand, pulling Su Xian into his embrace. Su Xian snuggled into Luo Feng's embrace, placing her head on his chest, saying softly, Luo Feng, there's something I wanted to tell you after this disaster is over. However, I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to in the future. What is it? Luo Feng asked curiously. I'm pregnant, Su Xian said softly. Her voice was soft. It was like thunder exploding in Luo Feng's ears. Who? Luo Feng sat up, looking shocked at Su Xian. You said, Su Xian nodded. Ha, let me check. Oh, I'm pregnant, and they're twins, both male. Ha! Babada's voice resounded within Luo Feng's mind. Pregnant? This. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. He was filled with joy and anxiety. What was this? Indeed, he had been living with Su Xian during the winter break, and had even started discussing when to get married. A man and a woman living together, it was just a matter of time. If not for the golden horn beast, knowing that Su Xian was pregnant, Luo Feng would have been extremely happy. But now, the entire human society was about to collapse. Su Xian was pregnant, and it was twins. You're not happy? Su Xian was shocked. No, I'm happy. I'm just confused. Luo Feng was inexplicably anxious. Without any preparation, the heavy burden had landed on his shoulders. Sigh. Back when he was with Su Xian, he didn't think about prevention, thinking that getting pregnant was a good thing. They were going to get married anyway. But who would have thought now? If he couldn't kill the golden horn beast, then the entire human society would be finished. Even if he had the ability to protect his wife and child, would he let them live a lonely life? And Luo Feng was very clear. Without reaching the star traveler level, roaming the universe was suicide. Luo Feng, what are you thinking about? Su Xian extended her hand and grabbed Luo Feng's arm. Nothing. Luo Feng gently hugged Su Xian, lowering his head and resting it on her stomach. This made Su Xian laugh. It's still early, I can't hear anything. I can. Luo Feng thought to himself. That was a bloodline inheritance. Luo Feng didn't really resonate with Hong before when he said he wanted his children to have hope, but now, he did. That was a very special feeling. Children, I don't know if I'll have the time to see you born. However, I promise you'll have a beautiful childhood, you can go to school, you can learn martial arts. I won't let you live in fear forever without hope. I promise. I promise with my life. Times, January 16th, morning. The sky and land were still covered in mist. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and arrived at Hong Ning Headquarters City. There were no pedestrians on the streets of Hong Ning Headquarters City, only a large army swiftly advancing. Luo Feng landed at the entrance of the interstellar transport ship. Investigator Luo. The guards at the entrance bowed respectfully. Luo Feng immediately entered, swiftly heading toward Hong and Thunder God's training room. Following the pathway, Luo Feng saw 2 people, a man and a woman. 2 youths. The woman's face shape was more similar to Hong's. Luo Feng had seen information on Hong's children before. Investigator Luo. The pair of youths bowed. Are you the head's children? Luo Feng asked. Even though they looked young, these 2 were actually older than Luo Feng. It was only because of their strength that they looked young. HM. The pair's eyes were red. Obviously, they had just been crying. I won't be meeting the head. Give these 2 weapons to the head and Thunder God. And this armor, give it to Thunder God. As Luo Feng said that, he immediately handed over the bag he was carrying. Within it were 2 sharp weapons that Babada had rushed through the night to make, and the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship's owner, the dead officer's belongings of armor. Hong had the cloud contact vine to completely protect him. He didn't need it. Naturally, it was better to give it to Thunder God. This, the young man and woman were shocked. The head doesn't usually take care of you. However, your father is very great. Really? Luo Feng said, turning and leaving. P.S. Chapter 2, typing caused my finger joints to hurt. Pitiful, writing one chapter for so long. HM, Tomato, continue writing the third chapter. Everyone please support me with your monthly votes. Chapter 255. Within the training room. Hong, who was dressed in black, held a pitch-black spear in his hand, and a white-clothed, bald Thunder God, too, was caressing the purple-black battle blade in his hands. Good weapon. Hong's eyes gleamed. The blade structure, center of gravity, it's very comfortable to hold. It suits my blade. Thunder God couldn't help but compliment, and it's very sharp. Gently waving it, the blade felt like it was slicing through the air. Hong smiled and glanced at Thunder God. That armor is a treasure too. You've struck gold. Haha, looks like it's not just you and me brothers who've gotten treasures from the ancient ruins. This Luo Feng, too, has a few treasures. Thunder God couldn't help but compliment. Did he find some ancient armory? Otherwise, how could he find weapons that suit the two of us so well, and such good weapons too? Hong and Thunder God already had their own domains. Their levels were extremely high. Even if they had just gotten a weapon, they only needed to wave it a little, and they would be able to unleash 120% of its power. Master, a low voice resounded. The swallowing monster has just appeared on the west coast of America, swallowing a dilapidated shipyard in the wilderness, swallowing many corroded ships. It's only flown out for 2 minutes and 18 seconds before returning to the sea. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed. Last night, the swallowing monster had gone out to sea twice. Including this morning, this was the third time. Every time it flew out for a short period of time, swallowing large amounts of steel before returning to the sea. It's become extremely careful now, Hong said coldly. Obviously, the laser cannon from before has made it cautious. However, from last night until now, it's come out to eat 3 times. It's definitely heavily injured and needs to absorb large amounts of energy to recover. Right, we can't wait any longer, Thunder God emphasized. Hong nodded. They originally wanted to wait for the swallowing monster to fly out of the sea and meet with an opportunity to kill it. However, they didn't expect the swallowing monster to go out for a short period of time before immediately hiding. Follow and lock onto the swallowing monster's energy will fly out to the sea and follow it. The moment it appears, Thunder God's gaze was sharp. Let's go. Hong was even more direct. They were very clear. Right now, the Devourer beast was in a heavily injured state. If they wasted this opportunity, the Devourer beast's strength would completely recover. Then their chances would be even slimmer. On the outer wall of Yangzhou City, the Jiangnan Bay City was divided into the main city area and the 8 cities of David. The 8 cities of David surrounded the base city. So when the war started, the real fighting was in the 8 citadels. The main city was in the innermost area, so it was the safest. Unless they were attacked by the Devourer beast, there was usually no problem. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Blades danced in the air, sweeping past the wide river under the steel walls. This river was dug here by billions of monsters from a certain point in the Yangtze River. This river was 12 kilometers long and nearly 60 meters wide. Countless monsters were rushing towards Yangzhou City. They weren't afraid of death at all. They're retreating. They're retreating. The soldiers on the city wall shouted excitedly. Too many monsters died, and they blocked up the river. The monsters behind couldn't come over. Plus those horde leader monsters from before, Luo Feng killed so many of them in an instant. Of course, they have to retreat to clear the river and replenish their forces. Lead away, gaze below. We have about 2 hours to rest. Luo Feng gazed down at the countless monster corpses that blocked up the river. He couldn't help but shake his head. There were too many monsters. Every day, countless monsters were born in the ocean. Could humanity even kill them all? In a short period of time, humanity could hold them off. However, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for humanity. The worst would be the Devourer beast destroying the steel walls of the base city. The moment there was no protection from the steel walls that had been built for tens of years, the sea monsters would directly enter the human residential areas. Then, it would be over. So right now, they had to get rid of the Devourer beast. Luo Feng looked at his tactical communications watch. It was the dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo's official announcement. Two dojo heads, Hong and Thunder God, had already set off. They had arrived at the Pacific Ocean and were about to battle the Devourer beast. Beside, Li Dewei lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. Has it begun? Li Dewei's face had a rare hint of nervousness. Commander Li, I'll return to my quarters first. If there's any trouble, inform me immediately. Luo Feng instructed before swiftly flying away. Luo Feng flew in the air above Yangzhou City. He could clearly see that many of the big screens in the city had already switched to the Pacific Ocean. On the screen, there was a black-clothed man and a white-robed bald youth flying side by side. This made Luo Feng's heart ache. Humanity's last hope? Luo Feng thought. Regarding the dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo's decision to publicize this news and broadcast it to the entire world, Luo Feng understood. After all, the leaders and founders of the two dojos had to fight to the death. There was a high chance that they would fall. How could the two dojos let their leaders silently sacrifice themselves? And to the countries of the world, this was a chance to ignite humanity's fighting spirit. If Hong and Thunder God succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion. If they failed, they could use this opportunity to ignite humanity's fighting spirit. Mingyu District. As the dojo of Limits Fighter District, they had already begun gathering all the residents to head to the dojo. The dojo of Limits' largest training hall. Right now, close to 1,000 people were gathered. On the huge walls of the training hall hung a huge screen, projecting onto it. It was the Pacific Ocean. At this time, Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest fighters in human history, are flying side by side in the Pacific Ocean. Their target is the strongest existence of the sea monsters, the swallowing monster. Beside them, a voice explained the battle. This battle was broadcasted live by the countries of the world, including the leaders of the various countries. They were all nervously watching. Humanity's two strongest fighters to date, fighting to the death. Investigator Luo, how powerful is that swallowing monster? The two heads will definitely win. A youth standing behind Luo Feng said softly. Luo Feng glanced at this youth. This youth was a new fighter who had just moved into the Mingyu District. Looking at this youth, Luo Feng felt like he was looking at himself back when he first moved into the Mingyu District. Yes, they will definitely win, Luo Feng said firmly. Close to 1,000 people stood in the training hall, all looking up at the huge screen. As time was short, the dojo couldn't gather that many chairs. What's more, at this time, no one cared about that. Luo Feng's family was among them. Luo Feng held Su Xian's hand, quietly watching the screen. At this time, the entire world was watching the two strongest fighters in human history, one black-clothed, one white-clothed. The two of them were like legendary gods flying in the night sky. Indeed, even though it was currently noon in China, Hong and Thunder God's area of the ocean was already dark. Haha, Brother Hong, how many people do you think are watching us right now? Thunder God smiled. Probably over 6 billion. Hong smiled as he glanced at him. At this time, you still have the time to think about this. What's wrong? Can't you be happy before you die? Thunder God smiled. Cheeky, you've been cheeky for a few decades. Even at this time, you're still cheeky. Hong smiled as he said, at this time, the two of them had an unprecedented state of mind. They had long disregarded life and death, throwing everything to the back of their minds. They only had one goal, to kill the swallowing monster. In this state, the two of them felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Every cell in their bodies seemed to be boiling, ready to battle. Master, the swallowing monster is swiftly flying towards the surface. It'll be out of the water soon. A voice resounded in Hong's mind. In terms of AI systems, actually, Hong had acquired quite a few AI systems like the Palace of War Gods Virtual Space or the dojo of Limit's internal phone call that always had a low voice. For Hong to be able to take out so many treasures to exchange for, one could only imagine his gains. After all, he was the world's strongest warrior. Many of the treasures from the ruins before were taken away by him alone. Like back then during Luo Feng's investigator ceremony, Hong flipped his hand and the Limit Investigator badge appeared. That was because he had a space to store items. In terms of quality, Luo Feng's was better than his. However, in terms of quantity, he had more than Luo Feng's. Fly out of the water? Hong's eyes gleamed. Go, over there. Hong ordered softly. So. One black and one white. Two beams of light swiftly flew southwest. Under the night sky, the winds howled, the deep-sea water was crazily churning. Each wave was at least 10 m tall. Rumble. A terrifying monster fiercely rushed out of the water. It had scaled wings for claws, a powerful tail, and a golden horn that pierced towards the sky. However, the golden engravings on the horn seemed to be a little dimmer than before. However, its dark golden eyes were even crazier than before. That was a craziness from suppressing its rage. It was currently constantly recovering its strength. Once its strength was sufficient, it would definitely take revenge, ruthlessly take revenge. Ow! The golden horned beast immediately flew 10 kilometers out of the sea, suddenly stopping, slightly twisting its head. Its dark golden eyes seemed to be able to see 100 kilometers away. It had already detected the two energies. However, such a weak energy actually dared to provoke it. This made the golden-horned beast extremely furious. The nobility of its bloodline, it had an absolute arrogance. Looking at the vast universe, it was one of the pinnacle bloodlines. In this weak little planet, a weak human actually dared to provoke it? Rumble. The scaled wings slightly flapped, immediately becoming a beam of light and flying straight towards Hong and Thunder God. The entire world held its breath at this moment. Minghua District, within the Limit Hall's training hall, close to 1,000 people were nervously staring at the screen. On the screen, above the deep sea, the swallowing beast's huge body was already less than 1 kilometer away from Hong and Thunder God. Rumble, rumble. Hong and Thunder God's bodies suddenly emitted a terrifying light. In an instant, they had already ignited their souls. The battle had begun in an instant. Hong, Thunder God, please. Luo Feng held Su Xian's hand, looking at her abdomen, and then looked up at the screen. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Actually, he had originally planned to write 4 chapters today because Black and White was getting married. However, his finger joints were injured today, hence he could only maintain 3 chapters. Black and White, happy wedding.